card named Vanilla Ice on stage.
Afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
What up?
What's going on, dudes?
Excited to join y'all's campaign.
Hey, welcome.
Oh yeah, welcome, bro. I didn't even notice we had a new player. Hey, how's my mic? Can you guys hear me all right? I changed my setup, so it's a little different.
Sounds okay.
Yeah, sounds okay.
All right, cool.
Sounds like you're talking from across the room.
Yeah, it's not the up close and personal that we usually get.
Okay, hang on. Let me reposition it a little bit and see. I was getting a really bad echo before when I did a video, so. All right, how about now? Does that sound better?
It's more like you're more to the left. Which, it's an awesome mic, but I'm able to tell that.
Okay, now I got it centered and closer to my face. All right, sweet. Thank you guys for letting me fine-tune my instruments.
Never actually thought about that. I keep my mic probably 3 feet above my head and slightly to the right, and I wonder if you can actually hear that overall then.
Can hear everything on the desk. Whatever's happening on the desk, we usually pick up.
Well, that's the biggest thing that I fucking hate about it is when it switches over to my my earbud, it shadow switches on me. So it'll try to switch to my earbud and use that as a microphone. And I feel like that's where you get all of my finger types, or all of my keyboard types.
For sure that. It also is just one-sided too. An exercise in narcissism.
Yeah, I gotta find a better way to mount it, because it's mounted 4 feet away from me to the right, and then it reaches over my desk, but it's not quite far enough that it can reach to me above me. And
do you have a gong?
A gong?
Yeah, sometimes I hear a gong, but maybe it's just a mic pull or something.
Well, right there, I pulled my mic while I was moving it closer to me. But the only other thing I can imagine was a gong is my fucking monitors reflecting all of the sound back at me.
Yeah, it's probably got to be your mic stand, but every once in a while I swear I hear a gong.
Now I kind of want a gong now that I know that's a thing.
Oh, I've seen a lot of DMs use that just as a marking point for something.
That's awesome.
Real quick, I gotta hop into a call set.
Got a meditation bell. I don't know if it still picks that up.
What kind of bell was that? It picked something up. I'm yeah, that is that is extreme. If you want to get our attention, that will do it.
Right? It's I think they're called prayer bowls, but it basically has a wooden stick for rotating around the lip of it, and it will ring. That's just really soft, but it just carries the ring for a long time.
Hey, so new guy, what's your name that you want to go by? Not necessarily your character name, but just so we know who to reference.
You can just call me Dustin.
Dustin? All right,
yes.
Nice to meet you, man.
Pleasure. I figure I'll learn everyone else's name over time.
Yeah, it's always more overwhelming to try to learn like 4 other people's names than for 4 other people to learn one name.
Right on.
So Key will not be making it tonight, so we will get started in a second here. As soon as Ben gets back online, we'll do a little recap. Otherwise, we're pretty much ready at this point.
Okay, sweet. I'm gonna grab my notes.
Do you take physical notes?
I did not catch that, Tony.
I was wondering, did he take physical notes? Just have a notepad.
I was getting the impression, yes, he has physical notes that he's grabbing.
All right, cool. I'm back.
And I'm back.
Excellent. So, as we prepare here, everybody can welcome Dustin. We'll do like a short introduction of the characters after a few minutes, probably just doing like a little bit of a catch up as we get into the session, and once he gets introduced, we'll introduce everyone's characters. But otherwise, we will hop in a second here. If anybody wants to take a moment to introduce themselves beforehand, that is fine. Otherwise, we can kind of just jump in and go through things. I feel like it's always best, more or less, to jump right into character and kind of let everything else flow a little more organically. But it's perfectly acceptable if you guys want to take a second here. But Dustin is going to be joining us for the Here to Future.
Well, just want to say welcome again. Glad to have you.
Appreciate you, Screech.
Yeah, for
Welcome
sure,
to
man.
the tail.
Welcome. Always glad to have a new member in the group. And like I said, we can just wait. You can kind of get to know our characters and then the people behind them as we go. Probably easier.
Yeah, right on. Let's do that. Let's just kind of jump into it. We'll feel it out.
As we jump into things here, last few sessions, we have essentially eradicated the red brands from the town of Phandalin. Most recently, the adventurers met a few orcs about the outskirts of Phandalin. There was a little bit of an encounter, and that was the first main meeting of the orcs of the Savage Eclipse. You ended up killing the banner bearer and then eradicating, I think it was a total of 6 orcs, all of which were a little tougher than your average orc. If anybody would have had any experience with orcs over their actual backstory.
We did try diplomacy.
Yeah, we'll go for that. There was a try for diplomacy.
Yes.
Apparently the small nature of Romulus's abs do not appreciate the descriptive word small.
That, too. And, of course, we did make a small orc.
Yes.
Probably if it moved to offend him as well.
The 5-foot tall orc was absolutely astounding. It was a brilliant move.
I can't believe it didn't work.
Right. Foolproof.
It would have gone over better with a dwarf being 5 feet wide and 5 feet tall than an orc. But it's definitely an interesting move. Illusions are definitely a fun twist at any given moment to attempt to work through problems. But as the sneaking orc was encountered predominantly by Orion and the illusory 5 foot tall orc, he tried to pretend he was a tree, a very ineffective form of stealth, as everyone was staring at him. And it moved quickly into combat, and the orcs tried to regain his back as they kind of closed the ground. You all wiped the floor with that singular orc shortly after basically cleaning up the rest of the other the other 5 orcs that were part of his I don't know, like regalia.
Okay.
As you all headed back into town to try to figure out where your next moves would be, you ended up... Oh yeah, I guess really part of it was discovered during the morning run with Romulus that Magnus first encountered the eerie silence in the southeast of Phandalin. And that's actually a part of why you all went back to investigate. I feel like that was enough of a clue that it went back to investigate from that point on, when you originally saw those orcs who were standing still, just kind of presenting themselves at the base of the town outside of the forest.
We were able to get just a little bit of information from the orcs too, and found out that they had captured the dwarf, and that they were holding him in exchange for a deal with Sildar for the banner.
Yeah, I feel like that was one of the last orcs that you got that from. The female tried as a last-ditch effort to treat with you all before, I think, the very nature of casting a spell was enough that they dropped any pretense of discussion and went quickly back to fighting with you. But yeah, they were indeed there to look for Sildar, and it was enough that you were able to figure out that they had somehow treated with Sildar in exchange of a banner for the dwarf who you... I believe Orion was the only one who was still here for the actual mission, working for Gundren at first. From there, you all investigated around a few different spots in town. I believe you spoke with Halia, who seemed kind of put off, as if she was more or less cut off at the knees, having failed her little power play to take over the Red Brands rather than to eradicate them. You spoke with Barthen, who seemed to have little or no information beyond what he had already procured. Halia had a little bit of information for you about different fonts of knowledge, but not necessarily anything that was a hard and fact place to track down. And I feel like you spoke with Linian, who also had little bits of information. She was much more forthcoming, though herself more or less ignorant of the actual going on.
Oh, and we ended in the town hall too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Gariel had like a little bit of information for you all. She had recovered the remnants of a note from the corpse of Sharwin Hercule, who you had all lost track of inside of the Citadel, the Cobalt Citadel. She apparently had escaped outside to the outside layers or areas of Phandalin, more or less already dead, more or less like a sort of walking dead, as the hold and the magic of the Golthias tree started to wear off from her. She was dying pretty much in the arms of Gariel over the course of 2 days. She described it as it was an incredibly horrific death, as she pretty much bled out how you would imagine something like a bubonic plague, or perhaps something like
A hemorrhagic virus.
Yeah, hemorrhagic virus. And more or less what it was is the actual bark skin of the tree was at that point the only thing that was kind of holding her together, as the tree has a much more powerful bark skin effect where it consumes people, and in the process of consuming them they become its thralls, and the bark actually replaces their flesh. So as the tree died, so too were all of the thralls doomed to death. So though she was able to escape through the tree, it was pretty much already destined that she would die within about a day, just from the actual process of having been turned into its thrall. So that explains the last of the adventurers whom Magnus would have set out with, the what was it? The Howling Dragons. And then shortly after that is where you progressed forward into the town hall to speak with the town master Harbin Wester, where we left things off. But you had basically discussed being paid for removing the red brands. He pretty much offered you his own money for having removed the red brands, because in essence the town is who levies the rewards and the bounties. And while they were happy to rid themselves of the red brands, there was never actually any outward effort to do so, because they were kind of torn between this aspect of the red brands seemed to keep the goblins from the citadel at bay, as well as harass them. So it was kind of a give and take, where nobody really especially liked the red brands, but they were under the impression that the red brands were still helping the town. So they never explicitly levied any sort of reward or bounty against them, and Harbin had no money for that to offer you. But with a little prodding and careful discussion, Orion was able to get him to offer up his remaining inheritance from his family, and we more or less left it at that point, where the discussion was whether you all would actually take the chest that he was offering up from in his desk area in the back of the townmaster's hall.
Excellent recap. So I guess with that, we'll just pick back up the dialogue. I believe Orion was deciding whether or not to accept the gracious offering of Harmon.
I don't know
Well-
if gracious is the word.
Yeah, he might have strong-armed a little bit. Well, Harmon, I'm at a crossroads. It's hard for me to decide, for I have little use for your family's inheritance, but perhaps you should pay what is owed. So let's let fate decide. And he will cast a minor illusion of a die in his hand, and on half of the dice there will be even, and on the other half odd, and I'll let Harmon pick. So Harmon, you decide, even or odd. And if you pick right, you can keep your fortune, and if not, we will have to take it.
I'd like to live, so I don't think we need to roll. You can definitely take it.
No, I insist. You can live either way. Just choose, even or odd. Please don't make this more difficult than it need be.
No, thank you. Just please take the money. Take it, please.
Can I make an intimidation check to intimidate him into picking even or odd?
Yeah, you can certainly try.
Santa Ana over here.
A 6.
Please, just take it. I don't want any trouble. It's just please take it and go. Just please leave.
Armin, you're taking all the fun out of my little game. I get joy from these things. And he'll snap, and a little bit of lightning will start to jump in his other hand. And then he'll say, perhaps one of you guys will just decide and make this easier. Romulus, will you choose, please, even or odd?
He doesn't get to see people much. This is all kind of new to him, so don't mind him. Even.
Harmon is going to run for the back of the townmaster's hall.
All right, and Orion will roll the imaginary dice on the ground, and it will bounce around a little bit and then settle on even. and then at the last second, it will flip over to Oz.
You hear
And
a
he will
loud
say,
clank,
well,
and then a softer click.
well, I guess we'll leave it. He won. Shall we continue on our journey, gentlemen?
Suppose we should. We've done enough damage here.
Haha, I think that was all in good fun.
So you are leaving without the treasure.
Yep, we're leaving the treasure behind. I mean, unless somebody else wants to take it.
No. Treasure. I think you mean inheritance. Treasure is tempting. Inheritance isn't.
I think as soon as y'all leave outside of the room, a shifty, about 5'10", 250-pound, very fat man starts scooping up that treasure and putting it in his pockets.
So do we see any of this happening, or is this in that back separate room?
The treasure is in the back. If Dustin is essentially in the back room robbing it, you see nothing of it happening.
Yeah, I'm definitely. Yeah, I think he's definitely going to be robbing that place.
Roll a stealth check for me, Goran.
Absolutely.
Always gonna fit right in.
It looks like.
Alright. So, Harmon rolled a nat 20 to run away from you guys, and then a nat 20 to spot the robber. So you guys will hear a pretty loud scream from the back office. Crazy wizard! Crazy wizard! There's somebody stealing the treasure! Come here! Please help me!
So with that, Orion will walk back to the back and ready a snowball.
Well, hold on here, wizard man. I see that nice snowball there in your fist here. I heard you playing a dice game. I meant to speak up. Can I take you on that offer?
You can, but you'll have to wager with your own goods, as Harmon has won these through a fair game. So.
No, that's fine. I think I just kind of want to, kind of take my way without taking your snowball magic to the face. But we got to use my dice. Is that all right?
As you all step into the back, you will see that Harmon Wester has locked himself inside of a jail cell in order to attempt to protect himself from Orion, and he is now currently watching you all from this cell.
Sure, I'd be glad to roll. How many dice would you like to roll? High wins, and what would you care to wager, my friend?
Like I said, I just want to wager escaping out of here with my life at the moment. But again, we got to use my dice. And
It's just a snowball.
well, I don't, I don't know that.
Fair enough.
Is
Fair
it
enough.
just a snowball? You put like ice in the middle of it.
Don't tell away my tricks, Romulus.
Gorn goes over and hands over the the scary wizard man, as he's been described to him so far, a set of dice, about 3 dice, and says, if all 3 numbers match, I escape with my life. Anything else, you guys can snowball me or do whatever and put me in the jail cell.
If all 3 numbers match.
You can each play 3 Dragon Ante with 3 dice.
Yeah, that seems more realistic. Let's just play high or low. Whoever gets the higher decides.
All right. Can we use my dice?
Why are you so intent on using your dice?
Absolutely. So I'm sorry. Explain to me the game. I just want to know how to.
So we just roll 3 dice, like 3d6s, and whoever rolls highest gets to decide the outcome
Okay.
of the encounter.
Well, I was gonna say part of my equipment is I get a set of loaded dice, which is why I'm trying to lean into it.
Oh yeah, it's all good. I mean, you can. I don't know exactly how that works, but
Right.
I
That's
got a 9.
Oh damn.
7 loses to 9, so you escape with your knife, but you are in debt to us. So join us on our next travel.
Yep,
Oh,
that's as good of an adventure hook as you're gonna get.
oh. Well, all right. I guess I'll come along. Y'all seem to keep making money.
Yeah, if you seem interested in gold, there's plenty of riches where we go, and as long as you're not afraid of a little death and blood.
I think Goran looks down at his nice, pristine, very clean robes. Uh, Not a fan of blood, but I
How
have
are you
ways
with cutting up
around
bodies?
that. Not so good. I'm mostly
Are
a
you
talker,
willing
my
to
man.
learn?
You know what? You look like a strong stout. I guess I can learn from you.
There we go. I like him already.
I think now is a good enough time for us to start with the description of characters that everybody would see ahead, and we can certainly start with Abs.
Yes. Romulus's core central character theme is his abs. He also likes to tan. He carries a bronze shield and a spear, and that's him basically. He's a rough and tumble fighter.
What is your profession, Romulus?
Ooh, oh.
Heard.
Can you describe yourself, Orion?
Yeah, before you see a human, middle-aged, but more gray hair than he probably should have, long with a full beard, and he carries with him a wooden walking stick. Nothing particularly like noticeable about it. He looks rather organic in nature, um, but obviously is a magic user, and does not look particularly able-bodied, as you may find out.
He sounds like an elf, but he ain't an elf. That's the thing.
Can confirm, not able-bodied.
And Magnus, can you describe yourself?
All right, you see a 6'2", 220-pound middle-aged male, brown hair, blue eyes, decked out in heavy armor, shield, and a war pick in his hand at the moment. The shield engraved with the symbol of Torm, as he is a cleric.
Heard that. And so for Goran in front, you see a rather short human, right around like I would say 5'6". He's rather stout as well. More described as a circle. Middle-aged man, has a very balding head, but he has like hair just on the sides that refuses to let his barber shave because he's just kind of holding on to it. His robes are kind of dressed, but they're old-fashioned. They were like top of the line about 3 decades ago, I'd say, 2 decades ago. But he carries himself as if he was a duke.
Would you all mind letting me out of here? Are you gonna take my treasures?
Well, Harmon, if you weren't so scared running away so rashly, you'd realize you won the dice game and the treasures are yours to keep. Would you rather we let you out, or I just leave you a ration and you can stay in there where it's safe?
Which one don't you kill me? Because I really don't want to die today.
We're not going to kill you. Calm down.
Yes, we really have no intent of killing you, but it is rather amusing.
I
I've
thought he
seen
was
how
going to be
you
my
all
first
work.
lesson in cutting up bodies.
Yeah, I've
with
seen how
that-
you work. Please don't kill me.
With that, Orion will approach the locked jail cell and ask him, well, do you have the key?
Shit.
Yeah, I got this, partner.
I think it's in the top right drawer of the bureau. Can you just... It should be over there. If you'd like to pick it, Goran, you can do a sleight of hand or essentially a dexterity check.
Yeah, I want to try to pick it. 22.
That will most certainly be successful. So you are able to open up the lock with your thieves kit. As it pops open, he kind of like moves out. He's a pretty plump old man himself. He just like slowly edges himself out of the cell. Oh, now that we're all good friends here, I think you all have places to be. Perhaps you'll go kill off all of those orcs, and then 100 gold for you.
Well, that is a useful skill. I'm sure it'll come in handy.
This one's good with doors too, Rami. A little
Excellent.
more finesse with it than we are.
Exactly. We we are more dynamic in our approach.
Well, like Harmon said, I believe it's time for us to be on our way. We've got things to do and people to kill. I mean, tasks to accomplish.
Goran slaps, what's his name, Harmon? Slaps Harmon's ass and says, have a good one, partner. Sorry about that.
Ass check.
Bye.
With that, Orion will walk outside and start looking around for his bird.
Goran kind of follows the wizard.
Yeah, I'm going out too, I guess.
Yeah, we're all out of
Sorry,
We
sorry,
caused them
Harmon.
enough issues.
Right. Yeah. We didn't really mean it. Just joking around, you know. Haha.
Yeah, we didn't mean it. I think the wizard did though.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So once again, to clarify, you did not take the treasure.
No, we left it for him.
As you head out, are you going through the front or are you heading through the back? Because once you're in his office, you are essentially closer to the back exit than you are to the front, but it is essentially like the northern exit of the Townmaster's Hall.
Probably best to leave out of here as fast as possible.
What's the rush, guys? You want to have a drink?
Where would you like to head from here? Do you all want to get acquainted in the tavern?
What time of day is it?
I believe we would have left off with you all around like early afternoonish, so it's vaguely high sun.
The rest of the day ahead of us. What do we want to do?
So many possibilities.
Yeah, and you'll see Orion's looking down at his little book where he took all his notes from the encounters last session. Well, should we pursue the druid and see more about the banner? Perhaps get to the bottom of this orc situation? I doubt that dwarf has much time to live. There's plenty of time later for drinks.
I think that's probably best. What do you think?
Sounds cool to me.
Well, that sounds scary. But lead the way, muscle man.
How long of a trek is it to, I guess?
I don't believe you have locked down an actual location for the druids. I believe at this point you all only have the name, the Druidic Circle of Ulrich Braithrichas. And that group seems to be the group that Belak was expelled from. And from there, I think you got the name from Gariel, and I think also from Linien, that there is a local druid who sometimes spends time in Phandalin named Raydroth, but he does not seem to be a part of that circle in particular, though he is essentially your only lead at this point on that group.
Well, I
Alright,
certainly
so-
don't know where he is, so.
You'll see Orion thumbing through the pages of his book a little bit, and then he'll say, I believe our best lead would be perhaps to speak with the Drendar girls at the woodworker's house. I know exactly where it is. We could go over there and see if they have any more information about this druid circle.
Lead the way, muscle man.
Never been called that before. That was rather strange. And then we'll head over to to Thal Drendar's place, and it was like the woodmaker. I don't know what it was.
Yep, just north of Stonehill Inn. They are one of the small houses between there and Barthen's Provisions. It's a pretty quick search to notice the furniture, essentially like on their front porch and on display, that gives signs that they are essentially the woodworkers. So it's pretty quick to identify their home, and you can approach.
I'll step inside, and who do I see when I approach? Hello there. Anyone home?
Hello.
You usually have to knock first.
As you walk in, you see a woman in her mid-30s, a boy of about like 5 to 8-ish, and a small girl of about 8 to 10-ish. Hello, how can we help you?
Hello, I'm Orion, and these are my friends. We're here to speak to Thal if he's around, but I believe I could get the knowledge from him or perhaps the Drendar girls, although I've not met them previously.
Well, we are the Drendars. What can we do for you?
Nice to meet you. I met Thal only briefly a while back before we took care of the red brands in town. We mean no trouble. We're just looking for perhaps some information that could lead us to the Druid Circle. We need to help and find a dwarf, but that's all irrelevant now.
You see as she seems to kind of like bite her lip a little bit and strain a little, and then she responds to you, what druid circle are you interested in?
I can't imagine there's too many druid circles around town. Perhaps a couple coins would persuade you. We really mean no harm. We're just looking to take care of this orc problem, and in order to save the life of a local dwarf, it would help a lot if we spoke with the druids first, rather than just going in and muscling around.
I think circles are like factions,
Well,
not
Druids
necessarily
of all
like
reach?
covens.
Is that the name?
we know Raydroth. He lives here in Phandalin part of the year, but we haven't seen him for a while now. If he's not here, he's usually wandering in Neverwinter Woods. I don't really know much of his circle or who he would be with. But it's kind of hard to find a druid when they are off and about.
I can imagine.
Especially if they don't want to be found.
Can I do an insight check as to if she is telling the truth that that's the only druid she knows of and has no knowledge of the circle?
You can most certainly try. She seems to be telling the truth that Raydroth is more or less a... You get the impression he's like an acquaintance to her. She knows enough about him that he is a druid. She might have more information as to him, but it doesn't seem like she's holding anything back as to what he might belong to as far as factions and circles go.
Let's say you had to like get a message to him for some reason, like You ran out of something, and you need to talk to him. How would you go about doing that?
Well, you can usually find druids at the major equinoxes. They have rituals that they have to perform. Um, but I don't really know how to get a hold of him. I know he spends time. Well, we're from Thunder Tree, and I know he's from there. I think that's where he spends most of his time, but that place has been long destroyed. Uh,
When he comes here, does he pal around with anybody else you know of?
Animals? But I don't know how to speak with animals.
Right, me neither. But I mean, more like other people in town speak. You know, like does he hang out with Barthen or Toblin?
He's not too keen on the town itself, and that's why he doesn't really spend time here.
Right, Druid.
See, druids are kind of pretty. They keep to themselves. He doesn't really need us. It's more that he cares for some of us. And I would say me and my children more than others because, well, my family and his have a relation. Um, but I don't think it's as simple as just finding a druid. They're kind of outcasts in their own way. If you know anybody who knows Neverwinter Wood, I'm sure it's easy enough to track some of the trails in the wood to find their different locations that they might spend time at. But I don't actually know how to point you there. But again,
No problem, look.
if
You've been great.
if you can speak with animals, that's certainly a good way to start.
You've been more than helpful. I'll appreciate your time. Is there anything we can do for you?
Well, if you do get a hold of him, it would be wonderful if you could let him know. Never mind.
No, please, darling. We can let him know whatever you like.
You see her eyes like welling up with tears, and she seems to be struggling to not just say what she's thinking, but to almost finish the thought.
Right, well, I'm sure we'll be around town, so if you ever think of something we can do for you, just feel free to see us in.
Thank
And
you
Robin,
for doing what you've done for us and the Red Brands. We really, and she like hugs her children close to her. We really do appreciate what 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 the fishermen's found. That helps.
yeah, bullies get what bullies deserve.
We did what needed to be done.
So I believe what you would gather from her on that interaction is that the druids are easiest to find around the solstices.
West.
I believe you all are roughly 15 days off of a solstice, or just searching Neverwinter Wood and trying to track them that way, or actually locating them through an animal companion.
Yeah, I remember western end of Neverwinter Woods. I have that in my mind, per se.
Way I'm also thinking is we just start going into that forest and burning the place down. Druid's gonna find us.
Maybe not burn. Maybe we just go be loud.
Oh, I think he was talking about smoking herbs when he said burning the place down. I don't think he meant actual fire. You guys know I love the woods, and I'd be glad to wander around them till we find a druid. This is exciting.
I
Yeah.
just don't want to leave any ambiguity when it comes to fire, because we almost used it.
I mean it
before.
in the most literal sense.
That's what I thought.
So
I'm
it
thinking
is
maybe 2 to 3 acres going up real good. That'll bring them out.
it is the middle of Eliant, the month of the fading, and at the end of the month, is harvest tide.
I don't think the orcs are gonna wait around,
Right.
as convenient as that would be.
We need an animal.
Y'all think there's a local hunter we could hire?
I don't know.
Well,
Perhaps
we need
could
to
use...
talk to it. Orion,
Yeah,
you're pretty nature-like. You talk to animals.
not specifically. I mean, I could use the bird to scout ahead a little bit, and maybe I don't know if he can speak to other birds, but it's worth a shot. I mean, we could just wander around till we find him. I'm sure he'll find us easily enough if we just spend a little time there.
Wander in the forest.
Once again, you're assuming he wants to find us. He could just as easily avoid us if he wanted to.
Well, I think the other option is to just cut out the druid and go straight to the orcs, but I doubt if that'll go well for the dwarf. Anyway, that's all
Not
we
without
need
the
with
banner.
you. That's all we need with you, ma'am. And what was your name again before we go?
Give me a second. I have her name right here. I know the name that's coming to my actual mind is the Stonehill woman. Myrna. Myrna. Myrna Trendar.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Myrna. And please tell Fel that we stopped by. Orion's my name, and they'll reach out to touch her hand.
She starts bawling.
Gentlemen, if you'd step outside for a moment and I could speak with her alone, if you don't mind.
Sure.
You're just gonna speak, right?
Of course.
Not do any of the whole magic threatening shit, right?
Of course not. This is a friend.
Alright.
As you wish. No, accordingly.
Is Stella all right, Myrna?
Myrna seems entirely inconsolable at this point. Her daughter kind of like pats her on the back, gives her like a big hug, and then you see as she kind of like steps forward a little bit and like beckons you to lean down. She's probably about like 4 feet or so tall, and she kind of says just with a small voice, "The Red Brands killed my father, but we do appreciate you getting rid of them."
Orion will put all his weight on his staff and lean down onto one knee and look the girl in the eye and touch her face and say, "I'm so sorry for your loss, darling. If there's anything we can do, always just let us know." And he'll reach down into his pouch and pull out a gold piece and give it to them.
That's kind of you. She kind of like glances around the shop and she finds like a little like hollowed out reed flute and hands you a flute.
Oh, this is very well crafted. Thank you so much. And he will stand back up and then say to Myrna, Myrna, what is the message you would like for us to share with the druid when we find him?
At this point, she's still bawling. She can't contain herself at this point.
Okay, no worries, no worries. So with that, Orion will bid adieu and leave the area. Once I get outside, I mean, I'm assuming the party is just right there. So, well, gentlemen, shall we go look for the druid or go straight to the orcs?
We go find that banner if we're going to talk to the orcs.
It's the safest bet.
Yes, I agree. If we're going to save the dwarf, I think we need to at least attempt to find the druid. Off to Neverwinter Woods, then?
I don't think walking around is going to get us anywhere either, though.
After a few moments, while you all are standing outside, you would probably notice that it appears Toblin Stonehill is standing out front, more or less in the town center, and he seems to be kind of glancing around before he quickly notices you all and runs forward towards you.
Oh, shit, here he comes.
Hello. I'm glad I caught you. I have something for you. I understand you're looking for the Eclipse hold. The orcs have taken the hold?
Yes, that's correct, Toblin.
Where did you hear that?
Well, Linian, she had mentioned to me that it was among the things that you all were looking for.
Right.
Well, I'm not a very good miner, but when I was trying to make my way in the gold trade, it's among the things that I did. But, and he kind of pulls out like a wrapped up piece of parchment, and he will hand you a roughly drawn map that appears to have the basic geography of the land scratched onto it, and he appears to be showing you that there is a pass between the two arms of the Sword Mountains. An Eclipse hold is between this pass, and it separates what would be Phandalin from the Crypt Garden Wood.
Obliged.
I don't know a good way to describe it to you. It is roughly southeast of us, and I'm not a good map cartographer, but this is, I think, enough that you could kind of get there. You'll see the arms of the mountain reaching out, and the hold. It keeps the pass between the woods and here, but it would be far longer to go around Tribor or to go beyond Lilon. But I think this will get you there. But be safe. I don't think the orcs are, well, orcs are never friendly, but I definitely think a cornered beast is more dangerous than one that you catch out in the wild.
Fair enough. This is certainly more than we had a few seconds ago, so I certainly appreciate it.
Send Linian our regards as well, if you talk to her again.
Well, we're much obliged to what you've done for us. You've certainly helped the town.
Don't think nothing of it. Was there anything else we could do for you?
No. If you're able to kill the orcs, I'm sure the business that will come will be more than enough to do us wonders. We really do appreciate you. But otherwise, I guess be safe on your ventures.
Will do, thank you.
Yes, much appreciated, Toblin. I'm glad you found us. Have a great day, and we'll be back to see you before long.
So just a matter of mechanics while you guys are essentially inside of Phandalin here. Dustin, you have access to the party loot list, and if you would like to purchase anything from Barthen's Provisions, he has pretty much anything from the player's guide up to 25 gold, and it would be a place for you to get basic adventuring gear, or if you needed any other weapons, you all could go to the Lion Shield Coster and visit Linien, and do kind of the same thing. But essentially, just as a party, you all share a certain amount of loot just on that level. Predominantly what you all will find will always go to the loot list rather than an individual person. And to that effect, before you all leave town, this would be the time to stock up on different consumables as well as items for your adventure ahead.
Where's that loot list? I'm sorry. Where is that?
In the newspaper, I think it's the second from the left in your roll 20.
Right on, I see it.
You should see handouts, and at the top of the handout should be the party loot list. I guess I can always force it to pop up as well.
And as Tobler walks away, I'm going to turn to the party and just say, it's a trap.
Well, I'm not a big fan of shopping adventures, so unless you all actually want to roleplay anything, you also don't have to roleplay anything there.
No, I'm fine with it, please.
Yes, we are likely headed to danger. If you need any goods before we go, I suggest we take care of that now. We pretty much did a bunch of shopping just recently, so I'm pretty good to go if anybody else needs it, though.
I was gonna say, how are we looking on rations? I only have 2 rations. I probably need some rations unless someone's overloaded.
Oh yeah, we'll just mark off a little bit of gold and grab up whatever we need. Anything else, equipment-wise or anything?
What do you think about a park, Orion? Me getting a park.
I thought you said parkouring.
Well, that eventually. We'll get to that.
Like one of those large fish? Is this part of your gluten thing?
Well, wish we could get some fish around here, but it's just a cheese wheel and a pound of meat is the only thing on the menu over there.
Yeah, pike are 5. A pike is 5 gold.
I'm just thinking, does it fit? Does it look the part? Oh no, the spear.
I just got here, but I think
I would say that the Greeks are the ones who created the pike, and the idea of actually weighting the pommel to make it so they can hold such a long weapon beyond their shield. So I definitely think it fits. And I think a single ration is 5 silver pieces. Oh, I think my headset just reset, so I can't hear it now.
Torches? Everybody got a re-up on torches?
Oh, I do need some torches, I think.
My bad, my headset reset. I believe you guys bought 3 bullseye lamps, as well as I think you did like 3,
we bought 3
things of oil. So I think it's like 3 hours of oil for them. But you are definitely welcome to purchase torches or oil for the bullseyes.
Right, and I got some soaps and stuff like that too. Some exfoliants.
3 oils. That's probably not going to last us too long, right?
It's an hour per. I think it's a
Not going to
pint
last us
of
very long
oil.
at all.
All right,
Well,
so
you'll have to look to see what you actually have in your lists.
all right, we'll do 10 more oils, crowbar, and then what was the other thing you just said? We have the bullseyes. Yeah, that should be good, right?
Rations? Do you say the rations?
Oh yeah, and I
Yeah,
said
yeah, that's
I put us down for 20 rations. Yep. All right, sweet. Updated the party loot list.
Do we need like a horse and cart now? We got so much stuff.
Shouldn't be too bad. All right, and are we going to try to get some horses, or are we going to do this one on foot? How long is the actual travel?
It more or less depends what you are looking to do. Neverwinter Wood is a pretty large place. If you were just trying to get there as soon as possible, you are probably within about a day's travel to the southwestern tip of Neverwinter Wood. If you were trying to accomplish something like going to Thunder Tree, where the Drendars had mentioned they were from, that's probably closer to 2 or 3 days away.
And then that place that Toblin told us about is like over here in the Sword Mountains.
Yeah, and then Tublin gave you a connection to the Eclipse Hold, which is probably about like day and a half, 2 days away. His map should not be trusted, but it's definitely meant to give you the idea of it's like a halfway point between here and the damn, I can't think of the wood offhand.
And just to clarify,
The
the map
Crypto
he
Garden.
gave
Good
us,
garden, yeah.
that map he gave us was telling us where the Orc Keep was at, right?
Yep. Basically, what he was trying to convey is that in his own time trying to prospect, he found what is essentially the Lost Keep, and essentially spotted it between the two arms of the Sword Mountains. Yeah, so like on your map, if you guys, like the map that you guys are still on, I forgot, like I never actually moved you into the town of Phandalin, my bad. I was like describing
here?
stuff from that. You can more or less see, yeah, it's either going to be directly south of you that he was describing, or between the words sword and mountain that he was describing. It's not terribly clear what he was describing, except for that it was southeast of you and then between the arms of the mountain.
Yeah, and he said it was next to the woods. Like the woods were on the other side of it, right?
Yeah, it's basically the pass between like the Tribor Road and the Crypto Garden Wood, and it's basically that he was telling you like this keep at one point held that pass.
Got it.
But it's meant to be a slightly closer clarification because I think Barthen was the closest you all got to information on it, and all he had was that it was rumored to be to the southeast of you.
Well, what do we think, guys?
So this banner was taken from the Orcs, and the Druids have it.
I think the orcs claimed the temple, and then they realized they didn't have it or something, if I'm understanding correct. Or they realized they needed it.
I think what you got from, I think it was Gariel, was that the banner had not been seen for hundreds of years, and that the banner was essentially a rallying point, and that the orcs were enticed by Sildar or perhaps by Bellic for this banner. But at this point, you all don't actually know if anybody has the banner, but what the orcs were told is that the druids had it.
Got it.
And those druids were the order that Bellic was banished from.
Well, I guess Gudrun's in danger. He's being held by the orcs. Not really a chance of us finding this banner. So we gotta probably can't treat with these orcs. Might have to do some sneaky stuff.
Yeah, and that's kind of where you all sit at this point, is that you are essentially in the middle of a three-way that you never took any part in, trying to treat between orcs, druids, and the Lord's Alliance.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I say we hit the trail.
Yeah, we'll head to the I guess the orc stronghold and see if we can't sneak around there. Do some recon at least, see what we're dealing with. How sneaky are you there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sneaky. I'd say I was a little sneakier in my younger days, but I got a thing or two.
All right, lead the way, sneaky man.
Right. Well, I just got here. Right now, we're about to go into some orcs.
Yeah, this is
100
pretty
gold.
easy.
100 gold. Hell yeah! Point it out. Where are we going?
Yeah,
It's
just
pretty
want to
easy
make sure you
spot
heard
an
that
orc,
number
so just
that he was.
keep your nose open.
Are we following this here map here?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
The enticing welcome to the party, you're sneaky, lead the way.
So yeah, I think Goran kind of reading the map. Hey, fellas, any of y'all can read this? I'm not very good at. I'm more of a follower. You know what I mean? I talk. I usually, kind of schmooze. I'm not a great navigator here.
All right, I'll take it.
So, whoever would like to lead the expedition, can you roll a survival check for me?
Sure.
Yeah, so it seems pretty clear leaving town, you are able to track back to where you first encountered the orcs. You have a pretty easy time picking up the first little bits of their actual path out, or rather into Phandalin. With short effort, you are able to find what ends up being the easiest trails as you're kind of skirting the foothills of the Sword Mountains, kind of both north and east of one of the main arms as you all progress in a more or less easterly fashion, but there definitely does tend to be a bit of a southerly hike to it. You follow your ways through what seems to be the easiest path, and when you lose sight of the orc's footprints, you're able to follow, again, like almost like game-like trails, where it's the easiest way to progress forward and quickly find the footprints of orcs once again heading in the opposite direction. So after the first day of hiking, you are able to make camp about 200-300 meters from a water source in what seems to be a kind of middle of nowhere, but close to the actual presence of where the orcs themselves would have followed at this point.
Is there a good tree to do pull-ups by?
Do a perception check for me. You find a wicked sweet tree to do pull-ups on.
Awesome.
it's like perfectly flat, and then on the opposite side of the like the actual like branch is like 2 feet above your head, and then just like perfectly like flat as it leaves the tree, and is pretty smooth, about the size of your actual hands. And then on the opposite side, it has like a solid like 45-degree incline, so you can do incline like offset pull-ups as well.
Ooh, awesome. I'm gonna practice my form a little bit before bed. No kicks.
Do you want to lose at pull-ups like you did push-ups?
What are you talking about? I'll let you win. You just died, you know, trying to build that confidence.
You almost died.
You gotta do them wide so you get the wings.
Would you all like to set a watch for your camp for the evening?
Yeah,
Sure.
we just do shifts.
Yeah, I'll either take first or third. There's a little bit of light.
Take
Yeah, I'll go
second.
second. Or you got second? I'll go third then.
I guess I'll bring up fourth.
So everybody just do a perception check for me. You have a pretty uneventful evening, and as things progress on through the morning, you all come to as Goran starts to wake everyone at the sunrise, and you can gather your stuff and progress on if you'd like.
A few more push-ups before we head out. Or pull-ups.
Would that count as a long rest, or?
Yep, that's a long rest for you.
Okay, just making sure.
It's the morning time if you have to do any like prayer things.
I most certainly will. I'll sit next to the tree while he's doing his pull-ups and read my little prayer book.
I've never done a pull-up before. I might give one a shot.
Yeah, give it a shot there. Give him full access to the awesome pull-up branch.
Nope, this is not for me.
You go practice a little bit, but you get there.
He like falls and takes 1 bludgeoning damage.
So if you all are ready to progress on, you can have some of your rations for breakfast, and I can get another survival check.
Will do. Give yourself.
I'm keeping track of the rations off of the 20 we just bought, so I'll cover everybody on those.
Sounds good.
So from this point, you are pretty sure that if you follow the river, you have a pretty good source of where you would find the valley, and it works out for you as you track on. The trail stays about at any given point about 200 to 50 feet off from the river, and at points it gets a little further away. They more or less follow the same general path, and within time you start to see the arms of the mountain kind of like stretch out, and it almost reveals like a secret valley where it seemed like the actual two parts of the mountain were a single. As you get closer to it, you actually see that one part of the mountain almost like cuts into the southern end, and they blend in from a distance. But as you get closer, you see that this actual animal trail, or perhaps orc hunting trail, actually cuts between. And within a little bit of time, you see that this river has followed the valley path, and you all find yourselves walking between the two arms of the Sword Mountains. You know pretty well that it's about central to the actual position, so you start to take it a little bit slower in the day. Can I get a perception check from you, Romulus? As you're progressing, as you're progressing forward, you start to see signs of, at very least, if not traps, they are meant as warning signals. Things that are set up to, like having branches across the trail. So if you're walking on them, there's going to be loud snaps from like dried wood instead of like freshly fallen things. And it just seems rather clearly like placed, as if someone is starting to prepare the trail as an early warning sign. And as you progress forward, you spot a few different little like again, not necessarily traps, but traps like this that are meant to cause a noise that kind of like breaks out into the forest, and will more or less give away your positions. And you're able to spot those, warn everybody to avoid it. And again, your progression slows a little bit, but within time, you all are able to spot the keep at the edge of your sight, and you are able to approach cautiously if that is still your plan.
You said that the stream kind of parallels the trail. Is there a way we can walk in the stream? Is it shallow enough to do that? Maybe hide our tracks?
At any given point, it is like a stream to a river, so there are deeper points to it where it is like a foot or two. There are points where it's wide and just like 3 to 6 inches, and then there are points where it's almost enough that you could like completely stand up tall and be below water. So you can certainly progress forward. There are different points where it is more and less difficult terrain to do so, and more or less levels of swimming. But predominantly, you can certainly follow the actual stream bed to an effect to hide yourselves.
If nobody has a propensity or a aversion to swimming. I'll suggest we take the water.
Yeah, I can swim. That sounds fine.
I should
But
be able
you,
to manage
Magnus,
with
you
heavy
were
armor.
your armor will. Yeah, I guess you'll sink to the bottom, right?
I think I could probably swim, right? Strong enough.
You were starting to get a workout today. I'm kind of jealous.
I'm not opposed to taking the water, but before we progress any closer, just in case, Oriam will just kind of flip his fingers around and put 2 fingers forward, and he'll cast Mage Armor on himself.
Oh, right, you could do that floating disc thing, and you can put Magnus on it and just push him.
That kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it?
Well, the idea was to hide our tracks. This way you won't drown.
Fair enough.
Even though you're walking around essentially naked, you are definitely carrying more weight than Magnus.
Oh, fair enough. I got to block and tackle and all that stuff.
I mean, you guys are in a close competition for how much weight you are carrying, but you're definitely there with him.
So just to clarify, we're skipping out on the druid part, and we're just going straight to the keep, right?
Yeah, we don't think that there's enough information to get the
the banner we need to treat with him. So
Yeah,
I think the
sounds
idea
good.
is to kind of do some recon and see if, for one, Gundred's still alive, and two, maybe we can get him out there with minimal effort or bloodshed.
Yeah, so as we get close, then maybe I could use my bird to do a little reconnaissance. I don't know how
Yeah,
close
do
we are
that.
at this point, but
Yeah, I think we're
are we
right on top of it, right?
You're more or less at your first view of it at this point.
Okay, with that, then I would like to just kind of stay concealed for a moment, and Orion will sit down on the floor and or on the grass, whatever, and you'll see his eyes roll into the back of his head, and he will scout through the eyes of Ulvar, who is currently a raven.
So as you send Ulvar forward to scout out the actual keep, within a few moments of flying time, he approaches the keep. You are able to see that there seem to be a single entrance, though it has perhaps like arrow holes that you might be able to sneak into, though it would definitely be like a tight fit to sneak in with any sort of armor or gear on you. But you could more or less approach either through some sort of stealth means on the first level of this keep, or you could approach through the western entrance. Seems to be guarded by 4 orcs, 2 on each side of the actual door, and it appears to be where this trail will eventually lead to if you followed the trail itself, directly towards the west entrance of the keep itself.
All right, so Orion will stand back up and put his arm out into the air, and you'll see a raven fly down, land on his arm, and he will like hold it out in front of him and kind of speak with the raven for a second, and you'll hear it go, and then he'll relay to the party that there are 4 orcs guarding the one entrance, and that it appears that we could sneak in possibly through the other side.
Ravens camp.
Yeah. So perhaps if we remain sneaky, we could get in without any kind of encounter, at least get to the dwarf and then attempt to keep him safe, rather than just going in full-hearted through the front. Battle 4 orcs right away. It's likely to grab the attention of everyone.
Should know that I'm not the most sneaky.
Right.
of us.
Why don't we send a sneaky person in to sneak, and then if things get bad, we can rush in.
What if we had a distraction, boys? What if I could go up to the front, have a conversation with the orcs? You know, I just met you guys. I don't mean any ill. You guys could sneak in the back while I'm kind of, making a little,
Do
distraction.
you speak Orc?
Oh, that's a good choice. That's a good point.
I think they're less likely to parlay with us, and the first sign of any outsiders, they're going to be at full alarm. I think the best idea is to attempt to sneak, and then, if that doesn't go as planned, we can go from there.
You all are welcome to make your own choices, but you do know that the orcs came to Phandalin to treat with Sildar, or at least to Belloc, which are 2 different humans that they have spoken with and treated with.
Not all orcs are bad.
But they want the banner. Last time they wanted the banner, we didn't have the banner, and it went to violence.
What?
Didn't we provoke them?
Well,
Kind of insulted them
I
with the
didn't
short
insult
order.
nobody.
Well,
Oh,
the
right,
only
yeah.
problem is they came to treat, and then the 6 orcs that came to treat never returned. So if we all of a sudden show up and try to treat with them now, it might not go as well as planned.
They don't know that was us, though. That could have
The
been
other
anyone.
thing is, we're coming here for Gundren. Why bother if he's not even here?
Maybe we should find out if he's here first. Can your bird go looking around and see?
I think we give diplomacy a second chance here. The orcs don't care about Gundren at all. They want the banner. If we can promise that we'll try to get them the banner, they might give Gundren more time.
Sure, I'm all about taking the pacifist route. Let's give it a shot. Just want to walk up there and knock on the door.
Well, there's 4 of them just standing outside, so we won't even have to knock. We can just walk right up.
All right.
Right on. What's the game plan there? Oh.
Walk right up to him and say hello.
And then as soon as one of them calls Romulus small, we'll go straight into battle.
Do you think you can do more pull-up? Maybe challenge him to a pull-up competition.
I hope, trigger words.
All right, yeah, so I guess we will attempt to approach through the front gate and treat with them.
Do you have a list of trigger words to provide the orcs with so you don't get triggered?
Well, I'm learning them like everyone else. Certainly there's one of them already.
Do you have any particular order that you would like to essentially walk up the trail in as you approach the front gates?
Do you want to do some sort of like make yourself look like one of them or something? And then we can all kind of hang back, or make the sneaky one. He likes to talk, right? Make him look like an orc.
He doesn't speak orc, though. I feel like that defeats the purpose. When they start talking to him in orc, and he can't respond.
Yeah, and I think if we're going to attempt
Maybe
to
you could
treat
say
with
like
them,
he's a southern orc or something.
if we're going to attempt to treat with them, I think deception is the last thing that we should attempt.
All right. I love this idea. I'm glad to be a part of it.
We could just try to ask politely if we could. Is the official deal banner for the dwarf?
Yes, but we don't have the banner, so any deals that we make are likely based on something that probably not even going to be able to get a hold of. So,
Well, we don't have dead orcs either, and we made that deal, so everything's obtainable. There is 100 gold to kill them, though. That's the catch. We give them what they want. I'm not stuck on it.
You make a good point, though.
It's just to consider.
Certainly more profitable, and we do have travel expenses to pay for. We're gonna need to, in order to be successful, we're gonna have to turn a profit at some point. We're not very good thieves.
Maybe we should try to sneak in the back and see what happens.
I think we know how that's going to end.
Right.
Likely
I'm
in
not
combat,
opposed.
but at least maybe we can save the dwarf. If we come in now, we have no way to even get the dwarf.
We don't even know if the dwarf is here. But if we could find out where he is, maybe we can do that idea where he says, have the distraction of us talking to him, or he gets the dwarf out of there.
You don't think they're going to be guarding the dwarf? You think
I mean,
the whole
all the
camp's
more
going to
reason
come to the front?
to take a look and see what we got.
Well, maybe that's the question. What would bring an entire orc camp to the front of the gate?
The fire.
Oh, God, with the fire again.
It's effective.
It's cheap. I mean, we could start a fire. Just in the front, and I mean, they got to come running up and put it out, right?
I think we should find the dwarf first. We should scout him out and then maybe try to sneak him out if possible. And if not, at least we have him guarded. What do you guys think?
Orion will call for Ubar again, and when he pops down, he'll look at him and say, "This might not work out well for you, friend, but you could be rather useful if you don't mind. Shall we try to send him in through one of the holes and see if he can find the dwarf?"
Yeah, I mean, we gotta verify if he's here, otherwise all of this is just a waste.
All right, he's gonna pat Ubar on the head a couple times and say, "Don't be a hero," and I will send him off and attempt to sneak in
Act
through.
natural.
Yeah, so attempt to sneak him in through one of the arrow holes. Arrows.
Roll a persuasion for me. Not sure if I double rolled a 4 and 18 or if I just rolled an 18 on that as I switched over, but either one beats a 1. Ulbar seems quite defiant as you sort of send him forward on this one. He has a pretty good sense of what you are sending him into, and you can kind of tell he's not really into it. And within a few moments, he kind of like flies and he seems to perch himself up on a tree and seems to be defiantly standing on a tree.
Is it a tree that you could do good pull-ups? I don't know.
Well, unfortunately, gentlemen, Ulbar does not seem particularly fond of this plan, so maybe one of us will need to sneak in through the back.
Roll a perception check for me, Romulus.
Keep a second.
Never ask for a roll if you don't want it to fail. It seems to be a poor tree. It seems to be just riddled with cobwebs.
Cobwebs.
Ulbar is squawking.
Is he doing a particular squawk or just random squawk?
Seems to be kind of random.
Can I look through his eyes for a moment and see if there's any orcs or anything approaching?
Do an insight. As you look through his eyes, you don't see him looking at anything approaching you all. You are still quite a ways off from the actual hold. Essentially, like just within sight of where it is, though it's still a short flight away from him. But more or less, you are now kind of inside of a web inside of this tree.
Oh. How big of cobwebs were we looking at?
It's almost like a tree just like coated in webs. It's not necessarily completely like entrenched in webs, but he seems to have just like webs in his view as Orion takes his view.
Oh, okay,
Alright,
so he's
well-
not stuck in it or anything.
No, he just landed like on a branch. It's just like a webbed tree.
I'm starting to
That's
lean.
the bird.
I'm starting to lean to the light that tree on fire, and we sneak in the back.
Sure, you got my vote, kid.
Yes, that actually seems like a rather good plan. I believe the cobwebs should burn for quite a bit. I think we should give that one a try.
Maybe it'll bring a druid.
That'd be a plot twist. He was here all along.
So yeah, I guess we will approach the tree as stealthily as possible, and then once we get there, light it on fire.
Orion Ulbar will squawk defiantly as you light the tree on fire, and then fly down to your arm.
All right, gentlemen, I think we got to move quick. This thing's going to go blazing quick. Let's move through the stream and get through that back entrance that bird saw.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll go through the little slit that you said would be difficult, but that we could fit through.
Yeah, I think that's the best, harder route, but, you know, I think we can do it.
As you all approach through the stream, can you roll a stealth check for me? Everyone can have advantage. You're able to spot as 3 orcs approach forward as they look for this tree that is on fire, or rather this fire that is on the trail.
I have disadvantage, so that would just be neutral. So that 3 is a 3, I guess.
Crushing it.
You had advantage though, didn't you?
I guess so.
Yeah, I just have heavy armor, so it evened out.
You don't seem to attract any attention of the orcs as you approach, but you are all able to essentially flank around the keep in what seems like a stealthy manner. And then if you would like to approach the back of the keep, one more stealth check. Let me have this one just straight. You don't seem to attract any attention as you approach towards the back of the keep. You are able to get a little bit better idea of what you are approaching, and it seems to be that it has a main westerly gate that seems to be 2 strong wooden doors, and as it progresses there is a turret on each side, north and south of the main gate, and these turrets seem to be the flank of what leads into what must be a larger hold at the rear, and it's at this rear guard that you are able to see that seems to have arrow slits that open up from each of these side and back areas. As you all progress forward, you are able to spot that there is a large orc who seems to sit not necessarily at the ready, but he is definitely not not paying attention. He seems to be somewhat relaxed across what appears to be a dragon throne, and then he has a single orc who seems to be wearing finer regalia, who's standing to the southern side of him as you all approach. But it seems pretty clear if you were to sneak in through the arrow slits, you would be essentially presenting yourselves directly to this orc, who seems to be leading the orcs of this hold.
So wait, are you saying these orcs are inside, outside on the roof? Like
they are inside through the slits. As you all are approaching, you get a sight of him, but you are stealthy enough that you don't seem to attract their attention.
All right, so real quietly to the party, I'm going to whisper, should I try to put them to sleep?
Yeah, give it a shot.
How successful has that been in the future there, partner?
Well, it's worked pretty well a couple of times, but
Shut up and do it.
All right, so I'm gonna try to cast. Are they the only two that I see like at all, like in that area?
Yeah, as you all progress around the eastern side of this, the back end of the keep, it appears that there are just these two orcs. When you would have approached from the south, you would have seen that there remain to be two orcs at the front gate, and then you would have spotted three orcs heading off towards the fire. But at present, you have spotted that total of 7 orcs.
All right, I'm going to cast sleep on the two orcs inside, and I will do it at level 2.
Nice.
So I believe roll 78.
Ooh.
Damn, 25.
As like a sparkling dust almost seems to like fall like snow inside of the keep, it appears as if there's like a little sneezing reaction, but neither of the orcs seem to go to sleep.
But they don't seem suspicious necessarily either.
At present, there doesn't seem to be any sort of reaction.
Okay.
From where we're at, can we see any spots where the dwarf would be kept? Is there like a clear guard or like a prison or anything? Because I know we're looking through arrow slits.
Don't you know fireball?
At present, you all see no sign of the dwarf.
Is this fort made out of wood?
It is a stone fortress.
Let's keep going real quietly.
Trying to whisper and my mic's not picking it up.
You can also always start with, I am going to whisper, and then say what you would like to say.
I'm going to whisper, let's keep moving quietly.
So gonna whisper.
Your mic definitely picks up your whisper, Ben.
That's right, it gets my fish tank too, doesn't it?
So as you all pull back from the keep to kind of step back from this sleep spell, roll one more stealth check for me, y'all.
Oh, I thought we were going in, but okay.
Oh, you're welcome to progress forward. I thought you were saying you were going to step backward.
Oh, I was just saying we keep moving forward. But with those stealth checks, it's on.
Yeah, I think it's on.
Since we counted 7 orcs, oh man,
It's a lot of orcs.
that's a lot of orcs. You happen to
We
be a
only
blade
counted
singer,
7.
would you, Wayne?
What was the question?
Not a blade singer by chance.
No, Romulus, you still have to take the front line.
Well, I mean, you're an elf. You should be able to pick it up.
My bad, I forgot to actually cover this before. Have you a token for Gorin?
I do not. I'm sorry.
Do you have a picture that you like of Gorin?
Don't get too attached.
You know, like a birthday or something fun.
You said like a picture?
Yep.
Just something.
I Do you want me to like send it to you, or are you just saying pick something right now? I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
If you want to upload it, you can do that, but otherwise, normally you would have to run it through a token generator just to put a circle around it. So you can send it to me in Discord on that level. So how about we take a quick break here while I get Goran set up with a token, and everybody else can take a quick break. But do you have just like a generic picture of him, Dustin?
I'm gonna find one real quick.
What if, instead of going into combat, we challenge them to a push-up contest?
You said, what if instead of going into combat, you challenge them to a duel to the death?
Yeah, sort of. Like, see how many people could do push-ups until they all die.
One-on-one, who can put an axe through the skull of the other one until they die?
I like that idea. I think you should 1v1 the leader and try to take control. I like that.
I guess I do have an axe.
I don't think orcs have a propensity for push-ups instead of blood violence.
Right, they're more like lifters. Not too much into the cardio.
Well, we know they have at least 25 hit points each.
Think about if you win, though. You can make them all call you Large Rami.
The idea of a 250-pound fat rogue is hilarious. I didn't even get to that point where clearly Magnus was going to have to take off his armor. There was no chance Goran was going to be able to fit through an arrow slit.
So I was a little worried when we said
There was
arrow
no-
slit.
There was no chance I was taking off my armor either.
Well, that was one of the things where, like, again, it would be seen through the bird's eye. But essentially that's one of those things where Orion either has to say, I relay all of that information, or he actually has to say it. So there's a certain point where there's that telephone aspect of sharing information that hilarious things like that can kind of happen. So I was kind of curious where that would go, because I knew that would be kind of a funny moment where there's like the potential Goran tries and gets stuck.
I thought you were going to make us roll for it, and one of us were going to get stuck. That would have been hilarious. And tragic. Half of us are on one side, half are on the other. One guy in the middle just stuck.
Romulus catches an ab.
And if he makes it through, I get to call him small.
I'm constantly oiled, so.
What if we fell back away from the castle now and then try to kill the 3 orcs that are isolated by the fire?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about fighting a smaller group, but
I could do like a minor illusion while we're still at the window and do like a sound like, all right, we're in, stay quiet. You know, something like that, just to like alert those ones that are in there. Or we could try to just do it stealthily and get to the other 3 and kill them.
if we start fighting, I think it's not going to end until we're dead or they are.
Well, yeah, and if it starts to go bad against the three, it's going to be easier to escape than if we're like fighting the ones in the fort and then the other three show up.
What if we try to treat with the three that are away? Because at least we've given peace a chance, and then we still have the opportunity to.
Oh, I think the other way around. I think we should kill the three that are away and then try to treat with the other ones.
But that's what I'm saying is like as soon as we kill them, it's not going to be
You're
on
assuming they're not
2:30.
gonna make any noise to alert the others. Are they? How
Yeah,
far away
that's
are
true. But I mean, we're just giving up our chance of a surprise if we try to treat with the three that are away right now. And like, what are they going to do? They're just
Right.
three dudes who guard the door. It's not like they can make executive decisions.
they? Should have just yelled through the air, so that hey, we want to make a deal.
Ooh, hostages. Now we're talking.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. We could try to kill the three and then knock them unconscious and take them back up as hostages. That's not a bad idea. 3 for
You think
1.
the orcs respect weakness? Because I don't think that's an orc trait.
I mean, it's worth a shot. I'm not good at diplomacy, so you're going to have to walk me through this one. But when it's time to kill him, you can call me, I'll be there.
Diplomacy sounds like a good name for a weapon.
Yeah. That's what I call my spear, the diplomat.
I think Critical Role already did diplomacy.
Did they actually? Fuck, I'm not
Oh,
that
yeah,
far.
that glove thing.
I'm not that far.
Person's glove.
I'm pretty early on. I just watched Grog fight. God, what's that orc's name? The half orc.
My LRM boat in Mech Warrior is called the Diplomat.
What kind of mech is it?
Oh, it's a catapult C4. So
Yeah, I was about to buy the C4 this last week. I still don't have an LRM boat.
well, I've taken the C4 from LRMs to SRMs, so now it's a splatapult. It just runs up to people and then goes blam with 100 points of damage. Or I'll hang in the back and act like I'm an LRM boat, and then when the little guys come around, I'll just turn on them and bam.
Yeah, I bet that's a lot of fun. That's probably the only time I've ever really enjoyed rocking out SRMs is on aspects like that, like sneaking up on the little guys.
Super fun. They always underestimate the catapult, but it's pretty tanky when you put the armor in the right place. And then the Jester with the jump jets, man, it flies.
Is the Jester a light mech?
No, it's the hero version of the catapult. It's got 6 energy mounts.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Usually people put 2 PPCs in the arms, but I just carry 6 medium lasers and just fire them all at once. It's a great brawler build.
Oh, I was thinking of the Javelin. Tiny little light mech. That was like my first mech when I started, and I fucking love that thing.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, it is. But it's got quite a few. So
think it's been overshadowed as of late.
Yeah, I didn't know what I was doing when I was starting off, so I feel like I bought a Marauder, and then it was like fuck all to try to start as a. Oh, is that? I feel like it's a heavy mech in that. But it just was not a
those
good
are
starting
pretty
mech.
expensive.
Yeah, so I like switched over to the Javelin. I should have just created a new account, but I fucking tore it up in that lighter mech, jumping around with fucking. I think I had like 2 SRM 6s and then 2 medium lasers. But like having like the stealth. So yeah, is everyone more or less back at this point?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
All right, so we can return to the idea that as you guys, I believe, are essentially pulling back, you have a pretty good sense that you might have alerted them as you kind of like sneakily stepping backwards, like step over a twig that kind of snaps kind of loud. What would you all like to do?
We're gonna try to ambush the 3 orcs that were by the fire.
Let's go for it.
I presume there's some reaction from the people that were in the other room we tried to make sleep.
Well, if you all are heading back to the river, you can more or less avoid whatever you would have caused from that point.
Oh, cool.
Yep, that is the plan.
Fan of actions without consequences.
Well, I mean, it's not entirely inconsequential. You've essentially alerted the keep that something shady is happening.
Yeah, diplomacy's over, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're definitely going to get on our workout routine. But that's the good news. You get your BMI down. You're going to feel better than ever. Get you on a diet, a good meal plan.
I was with him until he said diet.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all. If you want the abs, you got to do the diet too. You can't just go to the gym.
How much do you really want the abs, though? Not you. Obviously, I know you really want the abs, but
Right? Isn't that a brilliant rogue?
It is. It's awesome.
He's just a little past his prime, you know. You catch him when he was, 20, 25. He would have been slimmed down, never thick, never strong, but but he's definitely enjoyed a couple cakes.
I would say clearly he
Very-
used to be a successful rogue.
Exactly. He likes to hold on to that, I think.
Very unassuming.
definitely
Yep.
living comfortably.
We could try to do the thing where, hey guys, I got the people who set your stuff on fire, put them in the prison, and then we break out from within. Well, we'd find the dwarf real quick.
Could do the Timon and Pumbaa thing where, like, here's lunch.
As
Yeah,
you all
that's
are
fair.
as you all are moving back down the stream, who is leading? What's like the marching order?
So what's the plan? We're gonna just attack them and take them hostage, right? So it's time
Yeah, I
for
think
war.
definitely try to get the jump on them and take them hostage. Like, so with the final blow, knock them unconscious.
Yeah. All right, that's playing. I think Goran's going to be leading, trying to get that opening, like, kind of sneak attack going on.
Yeah, I'll go in the back.
Second or third, I guess.
I'll go second, and Magnus, we'll keep Orion safe. How about that?
No promises.
And then, Gordon, you can double back after your shot or whatever and get back into the group.
Keep the front strong and the back will be okay. More worried about you.
Let me reload the API real quick so it actually puts a health bar on Gorin, and we should be good to go. So as you all progress down the river, you see 3 orcs seem to be around the burning tree about, what is that, probably about 50 or 60 feet to the west-southwest of you at this point.
Just to kind of get perspective, where is the keep from where we're at right now?
It is to the northeast of you.
Okay.
About 90 feet west of you to where they're around the burning tree.
All right, so are we trying to sneak a little closer? Is that the idea?
I think that's probably best. Even if he's going to go first, we should be within striking distance.
Yeah, we're sneaking up on the 3 that we're walking up on, right?
Yeah, so we'll try to get just slightly closer and then attempt to get a surprise round on them.
All right.
Maybe like behind this tree over here somewhere. Maybe.
Roll stealth for me as you all sneak.
Oof.
Well, that's going to end that.
Yep. Yikes.
3 nat 1s definitely can destroy any chance of sneaking up on them. So as you all progress through the river there, it would appear that, pretty much all 3 at the same time, the 3 of them take a uneven footing, and all 3 bite the dust into the slippery rocks and fall to the ground. Orion is left standing up as the orcs spin to make eye contact with you. And we will go directly into initiative.
Went well.
We come in peace.
And you can certainly try to make that point from the water. Well done, Orion. That's perfect. So we might have to get you set up with Beyond 20 next time we play.
Yeah, I think I'm still learning the process of it.
Do you have a tiny little red die with a B on it in the top right of your screen?
Yeah.
If you select that, it should sync your 2 characters together so you can roll. But otherwise, normally, if you just select your character before you roll initiative, it will add you to the initiative once I have the turn tracker up. But I think that's everybody in line. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So we will start off with Orion. As your friends slip to the ground. Oh yeah, all 3 of you will be prone, so you're going to have half your movement lost this first turn if you guys would like to stand up. Orion, what would you like to do?
All right, I will take a couple steps down here to the south.
And if you want Ulbar, there's no reason you wouldn't have Ulbar with you still at this point.
Yeah, I'm going to just step right down here to the south and I will. He'll kind of wave his hands around for a second, and then you'll start to see the ice kind of building in his hands, and then he'll pack them up into a snowball, and he will cast Frostbite. And I will hold my action until an orc is in range and hostile. And by in range and hostile, I mean either attacking or like making any like orky mean sounds. Yeah, I think right there is where I'm going to go. And that'll end my turn.
And Magnus?
I'm gonna stand up and move 15 feet is what I should have. And I'm going to prepare a bless at second level on everyone if we do indeed go through with this combat.
By prepare, you mean you are looking to hold it as a reaction?
Yeah, I'm holding it. Yeah.
You cast it by holding it, so there's no
Okay.
reason to hold that as a reaction.
And I'll cast it then.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like, when you hold an action, you expend it, and you expend those spell slots. Yeah. So everybody can take Bless and just remove that second level slot.
We don't need it, that's good too, but at least it's there. That'd be it for me.
Can you actually cast it then?
Yeah.
And then it will progress to the orc. One of the orcs who was the first to be turning around, she seems to kind of wave the other two forward with her left arm as she looks towards you all, and she calls out to you, "Who goes there? Why are you progressing into our land?" And then it will go to the next. As the next orc moves forward, and it brings its axe up high and stares back at you, but otherwise remains relatively silent. And then it will go to Gorin.
Oof, man, that was a nasty fall, and Gorn stands up, kind of brushing off his tunic, and he looks to the Orth. We're just a friendly group of travelers there, partner. We just saw that this tree here lit up on fire and came to check it out. Me and my compatriots just slipped and fell. We don't mean no harm.
Roll a deception check. And is that the end of your turn with Gorin?
Yeah, I think so. He's just kind of waiting to see if an axe comes out on his head. Oh, I guess he'll use his the cunning action to kind of back away slowly behind Magnus.
And it will go to Romulus.
Alright. Romulus will stand up and 5, 10,
Just kind of hold here. Oh, can I stand up there? Should go 15 over here. Get out of the water.
So wait, did you actually want to move Gorin over?
Yeah, so that was a quick thing. I don't see anything. I just see a black screen on my picture all of a sudden.
Might have to just zoom out.
Your D&D Beyond is finched, right? Or not D&D
Yeah.
Beyond. Your Roll20?
Yes, sir. I'm in. Yeah.
Yeah, so you should be able to see yourself on the right side of the screen, kind of right center.
When I tried to roll initiative, it said there wasn't a assigned token.
Well, you got to click on it when you hit initiative. You have to select your token.
I'm
I
sorry.
see you on my screen.
Yeah, it just came through now. I'm sorry, it's starting to come through.
All right, my bad. What were you doing, Romulus? Just kind of stepping forward up to
Yeah,
right
I'm
behind
just
Magnus?
gonna step over here, get out of the water, and that's my movement from standing up. So don't necessarily need to hold an action.
The next orc will progress forward, and then it will go back to Ordeon.
Can I say how nice this dynamic lighting is?
You most certainly can. I absolutely love putting, it was like 150 X's on this little map. I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of trees.
Orion will just say, hello, friends. We're just looking to treat. And I'll do the exact same thing again. Hold the snowball.
Trick or treat.
And to Magnus.
I'm just gonna, I guess, hold a sacred flame now in case they turn hostile. Whoops. I meant to click the. Oh, is it the same thing?
You're killing him.
I thought I clicked the wrong thing at first.
Looking towards Gorin, the female kind of calls out, "Why do the ones you travel with hold spells at the will if you come in peace?" And
Yeah.
it will progress back to Gorin.
Y'all are some scary people. I see your abs pointing to orc number 3 rivals my friends here abs a little bit. So we're just we're all a little testy. There's a giant fire tree on fire behind it. We mean no harm. We're just kind of rolling through the lands, kind of hoping to run into a friend of ours.
On a meta level, bringing up the abs and a comparison therein is about to start combat. I can guarantee that. Make a deception check for me. And it will go to Romulus.
Romulus will just move up 10 more feet. And I guess to take the dodge action. Just be dodging for now. Kind of keeping on his weight on either foot.
The other orc will essentially step in front of the female, and then it will go to Orlean.
Are we changing the plan? What the hell is going on here? And I'll just do the same thing again.
And Magnus?
I'm gonna slowly creep forward, just as Romulus is doing. And this time I'll just do as he didn't take the dodge action, in case they attack. Pass it off to the mouthpiece.
So wait, what are you doing? You're taking the dodge action?
Yeah, I'm gonna take the dodge action as well, just in case. Stop holding a spell. That's it for me.
Have you seen those who started this fire as you say it was not you? And it will return to Gorin.
You know, I think we did pass a group of travelers that were making on that way in that trail behind there. Out to the west, I believe we passed a group of travelers, younger kids. You know, they were kind of snickering as they were running by.
Make another deception. Finally gotcha. And it will go to Romulus.
Yeah, or probably some fire spiders or something like that.
Basically just holding the dodge still.
Yeah, I'll just add in the possibility that there may be fire spiders that have set their own webs on fire. Because that's what they do, right?
And to Orlean again.
I thought we had a plan, but apparently we're just going to stand here and let them close in on us. So I'll just keep holding my snowball.
And to Magnus.
I'm gonna whisper back at Orion, don't we want them close to us? They're a little far right now. And just gonna hold the dodge action and stay where I am.
Roll a stealth check. We see no signs of children progressing to the west. What lies do you bring to our lands? And it will return to Gorin.
No, partner, just because you don't see them doesn't mean that they weren't there. That's not a fair assessment, Orc. Now, I thought Orcs were known for their hospitality. Aren't you going to invite us in for some grub?
To Romulus.
Have you seen a dwarf named Gundren about? And that'll be my turn.
And Orlean.
I will continue to hold a snowball and just say, dip off over here for a second. Actually, I'll stay exactly where I'm at, and I'll just hold a snowball and say, I guess if that's the plan.
And Magnus.
I guess I'm gonna take a couple steps forward and ask them about the dwarf Gundren, if they have seen him recently. We're looking for him. And that's all I'm gonna do.
Who has sent you here looking for this Gundren? And to Gorin.
Like I said, partner, he's just a good friend of ours, long-term friend. He was supposed to meet us up for the the little druid gathering happening in about 15 days. So, we're just hoping to come hang out, maybe get some grog with him. Heard he was camping out in these parts, possibly.
Romulus.
I'll step up and say, yeah, who was it that said us looking for him? What was his name? Sildar, right? Something about a banner. And that'll be my turn.
When you say banner, you see all three orcs seem to almost go into a little bit of a rage as they just have a bloodlust kind of wash over them. Orion?
Is that like a hostile action to trigger my previous snowball, or not really?
Do you take that as hostile?
I mean, I guess I'll wait it out, and I'll just say, Yes, we were expecting someone to show up and treat, but no one arrived, so we figured we would come here. And I will ready a snowball again.
And to Magnus.
I'm just gonna prepare a dodge and wait for the response, or take the dodge, I guess. But
If you are here looking for Gundren, you should speak to our master. Come to the keep with us. You will be safe. And they will beckon you towards the west.
Well, that was easy.
Can I do like a perception to see if there's any kind of malice in his tone or if anything with that you will be safe there at the end?
They're orcs, so
Malice is their accent.
yeah, it's kind of how they do. But yeah, you can do an insight check.
Probably nothing with that.
I'm
They
wrong,
seem
it is,
like
by the
orcs
way.
who have a bloodlust on their tongue at the thought of this banner that you speak of.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty intense, right? Gets my blood flowing too.
And Orion will release his snowball at the fire and to say, "Oh, hope this helps." And throw it underhand and go, "Ugh." Oh, it was worth a shot.
Yeah, do we need to do something about that before it spreads? Should we get like some buckets?
With all speak of the banner, they have completely forgotten about the burning tree. As you
Yeah,
all
me
follow
too.
them, what order would you like to follow in?
I'll be happy to go first.
I think I like the order we're in. I think it looks good.
All right. Well, I'm not looking at that screen, so tell me the order.
Okay.
Orion,
I'm behind
sorry,
Rami.
Romulus, Magnus, Goran, and Orion.
As you approach the keep from the west, you see the two orcs at the doors, both to the north and to the south. And as you all progress forward, they basically walk forward, and the orc female kind of gestures to them. They remove the latch to the doors, opening them up and presenting to you all the entrance to the keep, where you see three more orcs holding inside. As they progress forward through the first hold, the first two orcs stop off at the door, and then you basically pass into the center of three more with the female, and she walks you through the keep.
Oh, hello. My name's Romulus. Nice to meet you. Just here to treat. Oh, excuse me. Yep, excuse me.
Is there any way we could get some food? I'm really hungry, guys.
This is a lovely place.
Are you saying that like around the orcs?
Yeah, I think so. Just kind of like walking by. I'm assuming there's some.
One of them throws a piece of meat at you. Make a constitution save. It's clearly rotten, and while it makes you retch, it does not make you vomit.
Appreciate it, partner.
The orc who is sitting on the throne reclines a little bit less, but is still in a somewhat relaxed position as the female approaches him. A single male orc walks up to the back of the actual room and holds at a pair of staircases that seem to flank to either side, both north and south of this main hall. And you see the same orc who seems in a different garb than all the rest, who is still holding his position south of the orc reclined across the dragon throne. And you see as the larger one kind of looks over all of you, and the female says to him, "Zedzark, these are the emissaries of Sildar. They say they have come about the banner." And you see the same bloodlust kind of wash across his eyes at the mention of the banner. What would you like to do?
Yes, we have, but we also are looking for Gundren, and that's a big part of all of this.
You were sent by Sildar?
In a manner of speaking.
Where is Sildar? Why has he not come?
Gundren? Where is Gundren?
Make a deception check for me. As emissary of Sildar, you should know that we captured this dwarf for you, and you were supposed to procure the banner for us. Where is the banner of Ilnaval?
Well, see, mate, we have a problem here, because currently we've heard that he is under some duress, and we're going to need a little bit more time to find this banner of yours. Now, we're willing to do that. However, we're going to need some proof of life to make sure that Gundren's okay. Otherwise, there's no good faith between us.
You were the one who said the dwarf must be stopped. You were the one who came to us. Why would the dwarf be anything in but duress? Why do you speak these things as if you know not what we have made our deal of?
Right. Well, like I said, in the manner of speaking, Sildar sent us, so the things have kind of changed in a way. Still willing to honor the parts of the deal that we've agreed to. However, the Gundren part, we're probably going to have to reverse some of that and kind of let him free, you know, if at all possible.
Gundren's head will roll sooner than he will walk free before we see our banner.
Right, now that's where we run into ill will, because if his head rolls, you will never see that banner, and I'll guarantee you I will make sure of that.
As the warlord looks to the south, you see as his, can't really say like a page, but the orc to the south of him kind of like
awesome.
seems to weave a spell. And as he kind of like looks forward with like one eye peeping out at you, you see as he sort of weaves like an illusory orb into the air, and he says in Orc. Does anybody speak Orcish?
No.
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 He says something in Orcish, and then after a moment, the warlord looks back at you from him. We do not believe that you have access to our banner. It has been lost for 130 years. Humans do not live this long. Why would Sildar lie to us, but to trick us into doing his dirty work? What war have we started over this fat, and he spits on the ground, dwarf?
Oh, he's fat. Oh, well, again, life choices being what they are. Look, I mean, we're kind of caught up in this, not saying that we have the possession of this banner, but we know where to get it. We've got a lead, and we're getting close. We're willing to help you out and do what you get the banner for you, I've got no problem with that. But like I said, Gondrin is kind of our friend. We'd like to know he's all right at the very least.
What is your lead? Why do you come here without your lead? If you have access to the banner, bring it to us and the dwarf is yours. We have no care for his stench. We want to get rid of him. We want our banner so we can continue our wah! And he stands up as he was.
I like that. Well, like I said, give us some time, because that's what we're at right now, is an impasse where we need some time for the next equinox, which is in about 14 days. So, we're gonna need a little bit more time to get you that banner of yours. In the meantime, wanted to make sure that you weren't gonna like eat the dwarf or nothing.
Our dwarf's good eating.
I'm not sure.
Maybe we should try with his legs first.
See, now that's not gonna get you your banner.
He can survive with one leg. We can eat that
No, unharmed
in 15
means
days.
unharmed. You gonna start taking pieces off of him? I'm gonna take pieces off the banner. Makes sense?
He kind of like sniffs the air. You're like 15, 20 feet away from him.
I do not believe your humankind could damage such a wonderful artifact as our war banner, but you could certainly try.
And I
Zarna,
will if you do anything to
retrieve the dwarf.
And the female walks away.
Thank you, Zarna. Appreciate it. You really helped a lot. Nice place you got here. Got lots of gold there. I see that. It's cool.
It still
Awesome
smells
growth.
of human scum.
Right.
Small, tiny humans.
Right, I know, right.
You all would see as Zarna basically walks off to the west and then kind of disappears into the, like one of the entrance turrets. As she kind of turns off, she sort of just kind of like disappears off into them. Is anybody specifically watching where she goes?
Yeah, I'm definitely watching to see. Did she go up that northern one?
Roll a perception. She kind of popped behind a pillar, and then all of a sudden she seems to have like been lost to your sight.
So what's this wall thing? That sounds pretty interesting.
We once came here in war and destroyed the great empire of humans that have plagued our mountains. And we would like to rejoin the Orcs as a single clan and continue our bloodlust in the name of Ilneval.
Who is Ilneval, if you don't mind me asking?
He spits at your feet, and he kind of looks up at you and says,
Humans have no concept of the Orc gods?
Well, I'm not saying that we don't. I mean, I'm sure you got some lovely ones yourself, but they just don't really teach them in the schools, you know.
Ilneval is the lieutenant of Grush.
and you see as the one-eyed orc to the south of him kind of like bashes his chest, and then you see as the orc warlord takes his blade out and he draws it across his arm, bloodletting, and as he like wipes the blood across his face, like down one side of his face into just a red line or a Yeah, let's go with red. Which is with a red line of blood across his face as he calls out to Ilnaval in Orcish. And you see behind you, or rather you would probably hear first behind you, as two orcs progress forward with a dwarf in tow who seems to be chained both arms and legs, all four limbs connected to like one central chain, and then one around his neck. And as they move forward, they're not like gentle with Gundren, but they essentially like throw him to the feet of the warlord. He doesn't seem especially injured, but he also doesn't seem especially healthy.
You there, dwarf? You alright?
He looks up at you with like a swollen eye, like his right eye is swollen as if he's been beaten recently. He's got some like scarring going on, doesn't necessarily look new, doesn't necessarily look old. I've been better. And who are you? And as he looks across all of your faces, he seems to pause for a moment on Orion.
Yeah, we're with him. Look, you think you can hang here for a few more days?
What is the meaning of this? Why have the orcs kept me alive?
Not quite sure. But I think we've got a way to get you free. It's just gonna take us some time to do that.
Guess we're not exactly sure why they've taken you, but we have a way to secure your freedom. We just had to come here and make sure that you were okay in the meantime before we went on this journey in vain.
They have kept me for these 10 days. I see not why they would kill me now. What of my friend Sildar? Why has he not saved me? Where has he gone? What of his? Is he still alive?
All in due time, mate. But yeah, it's getting late. We probably have to jet out.
You are free to go, but be weary of those who would burn my forest.
Right, those kids, yeah, we'll look out for them. Let them know you really pissed off. Say, you wouldn't know how to... never mind.
He just lets out like a big deep laugh. Ha 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 ha! Yes, never mind. Does anybody else have anything else to say to the orcs?
I think we've got what we came for, assurance. He's alive, he'll be alive. We've got what we need here.
Yeah, so you can gather pretty surely that the orcs have something much larger in mind than the life of a few orcs, than the life of a dwarf. This war banner to them is a artifact of an ancient time and a powerful rallying call to all orcs.
Right, I was starting to think that letting Gundren go is probably going to save more people than us trying to save Gundren.
Letting Gundren go isn't let him die.
Yeah. I was in front of my daughter. I didn't want to talk about it like that.
My bad.
Yeah, I was just thinking, this banner is starting to sound real horrible if they get their hands on it.
Yeah, Ilnaval is a really, really cool god, but he is essentially the orc god of bloodlust. So when you think of an orc, think of the orc who embodies everything that is orcish.
The orkiest orc.
Yeah, here, listen, partners. I'm not so sure I want to be complicit in what seems to be a genocide of my own.
All right, before you continue, do you want to say this while you are still in the presence of
No,
the orcs,
this
or
is
are you
this
all
is why
leaving?
No,
we
I'm
are
sorry.
out
Yeah,
of the door. Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of turned around and said, "See you later." I'm sorry.
But with that, yes, we definitely need to have a conversation.
Yeah, so you guys can make your previous camp where you burnt down the tree. It essentially has smoldered to a small campfire at this point. But otherwise, you all can make that camp by essentially like around duskish. And you are about like it's probably like 2 miles away from the keep, so you have a pretty good idea of what you're in for, and that gives you like a familiar area to actually make camp.
I counted like 6 to 7 to 8 orcs, and then I want to say like 4 heroes.
Yes, that sounds
What
about
heroes?
accurate with what I had seen.
5
I think
heroes
roughly
because there was one of them by the stairs
Yeah, the
the whole
wizard or the
time.
mage of some sort.
Yeah, and then there was the one to the south.
Yeah, I think you all would have seen 4 rather like normalish orcs, and then I think 5 orcs of a much larger stature.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fight, but
Yes.
it's better than fighting 1,000 of them.
Yes, I think the best idea is to weaken their numbers. There's no way that we can let them get that banner.
Right,
My
but the
bad,
only way
6
we're gonna-
orcs and then 5 that were, like you said, heroes.
Yeah, the only way we're gonna keep them from getting that thing is to find it first, though.
Yeah, I'd say we gotta find it and destroy it, or at least hide it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Or weaken their numbers and then take them out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We got to keep them from getting the banner so that their numbers stay the way they are, and then go finish them off and try to save Gundren. Seemed like they were keeping him on the second floor of the keep, so maybe there's
Yeah, I
another
think
way we can.
we were to just
infiltrate.
waste our time getting the banner. It doesn't really do us anything.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know why we would want to know where it was at necessarily.
well, so that we know that they don't have it.
Well, if we kill them, they don't have it. You want to leave, find the banner, and then come back? Is that the plan?
I mean, what do you guys want to do?
He said the head orc basically said that he's trying to unite the orc tribes, which means they're kind of fractioned right now. So this might be our best shot. We eliminate this tribe. Is he the only one that's trying to combine them all? Is he the only one looking for this banner?
Who has proficiency in history? Roll a history check for me.
I got it.
All of us, or just one of us?
Anybody with proficiency.
I think the best idea is to play shadow games and weaken their numbers. The longer time that goes by, the longer they'll have to either kill Gundren or get more orcs on their cause. And they already have a keep. So the best thing I think to do is shatter what's left of this clan here and try to take the keep.
Every few hundred years, orcs seem to just draw lines across the map as they go across these war raids and just destroy everything in their path.
I agree with you here, Orion. how you propose we weaken the numbers? We're a little outnumbered and a little outmatched, I'd say. I think
Yeah,
we gotta lay some traps at the very least, is like
yeah, I
Trojan
think it'd be
horse them or
foolish to
something.
march in there. Got to pick a
Well,
few off at least.
if we have 11 left and we've already taken out 6, that means they're already down 33% of the tribe. So we've already done quite a bit of damage to them. So even taking another 3 or 4 orcs is great, I think.
What about the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
And
Are you proposing we rally another group of people? Is that what you're
Well, I mean,
proposing?
I'm thinking
It's
these
not like we had.
druids aren't real keen on the orcs, if I understand that right. Maybe having a little bit of the support from them may tip the scales in our favor.
what if we started a war between two orc tribes?
I mean, sure. Where's another orc tribe?
Well, I think we need to decide then if Gundren's life is worth saving, because any of these plans that have been presented so far are likely at the cost of Gundren.
Right. Now, if we had the banner and they knew it, then no matter what we did, they probably wouldn't hurt Gundren just for the fact that they have that one bargaining chip.
Does anyone
If
know
we
what this
have the
banner
banner
look
and they
like?
get their hands on it, who knows what would happen?
Well, we know what will happen.
If we present the banner to them, they will do whatever it takes, including breaking a deal to get it back. That I know for sure.
What were you saying, Gorn?
I was just saying, does anyone know what the banner looks like?
Not a clue, mate.
I'll say we create a fake one. It won't fool them long enough, but it'll probably get our dwarven friend out.
Which is probably why we need to find this banner first. Get our R's on it so we can make a fake. Convincingly.
So what do you propose, Romulus? We head to the Druid Grove and search for them? It may take us another 2 weeks if we need to wait for the solstice.
Right, but we bought the time for Gundren. We also bought the time for ourselves to maybe find another solution to this problem. But, like I said, we could just go at it right now. I'm fine with that.
I wonder if there's a way we could take a couple of them with us and then betray them along the way. Perhaps in the morning, we go back and say that we need help from a couple of them to go to the Druid Grove to get the banner. And then once we're on the road, we betray the ones that come with us and kill them. And then we continue on to the Druids. But we've weakened the tribe, and they won't suspect anything's wrong if the few orcs don't return before us. And then we can take care of that. But we've served two purposes. We've entered to the Druids with an attempt to, get the banner, and who knows if they're even going to be willing to give it up, but at least we can put eyes on it. And then, too, we'll weaken the tribe along the way.
That idea
I
has a
like
lot
that
of
plan.
moving parts, but I don't have anything better, so I'm good with it.
So in the morning, we go and ask for 3 or 4 orcs to help us along the way. And then we say we're going to head to the Druids to get the banner from them. We kill the orcs along the way. And then once we get to the Druids, we can at least lay eyes on the banner, hopefully, to come back with a fake and then potentially free Gundren and eliminate the rest of the orcs.
Well, if by chance we don't get our opportunities and we end up finding a banner with the orcs right next to us.
I mean, if we only have 3 or 4, it won't be that hard to kill them.
What's if we're implying that the druids have the banner, don't you think the orcs are just gonna march super strong onto the druids now, though?
Potentially,
don't
but there's
tell them
only
that.
11 of them, and we say that we're going to retrieve the banner, which we've already secured, so that, if we take too many of them, it will be perceived as a threat by the Druids.
I mean, you guys are the talkers, so I'll leave that one up to you.
This one's good at lying.
I think at the very least we get that group and we try to kill her. I mean, I think we stick with 3 or 4 for sure.
Yeah, the best thing to do is weaken the tribe and then continue on with the portion of the quest that we've agreed to. And then we can play it by ear along the way.
Sounds good to me.
Then even if we don't get the banner, we've at least accomplished something and weakened the tribe.
100%, friend. Even if we don't get our goal completed, we at least make it easier when we come back. And if possible, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say we might have to play up how weak and small we are, and that we need a little extra muscle, really play to their ego and
To use my first rage of the day.
superiority.
Yes, Goran, I think you should be the talker of the group, and you're rather good at convincing them, and especially good at lying, so I've seen.
Right on. Well, I'll get us 4 orc friends for us to betray. No worries on that one.
Perfect. And before we take our long rest, I would like to attempt to gather some more herbs, looking for ones that I make healing potions with.
Roll a nature check.
Uh, 17.
You're able to find another 30 gold worth of herbs for healing potions.
Let me hit that. Ignore that. I don't know why I clicked that.
Excellent. Well, if there's nothing else, I think I will turn in for the night, gentlemen.
You want to do the same rotation of shifts?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, sounds good.
As you all progress towards your evening, you hear the howl of wolves to the north. Could be quite a way off, but you definitely hear like a howl of wolves and like a response as they seem to be communicating somewhere off in the foothills of the Sword Mountains.
I'm not much of an outdoorsman here, fellas. Should we be worried about them wolves?
Perhaps we should do 2 and 2 on the watches tonight. Better safe than sorry.
If you go by twos, you guys will not be able to successfully compete a long rest.
Well, good luck.
You have to sleep for 6 hours. You can only spend 2 hours actually doing something, like relaxing.
Okay, affirmative. Yeah, I mean, does anybody not need a long rest and is willing to do 2 watches? I mean, or should we all just take a shot with it? Potentially get
I think we
ambushed
should
by
all just
wolves?
take our turn.
Sounds good to me.
I mean, Goran, I don't really need a long rest. I can take a double shift if need be.
You would still take exhaustion by not resting. So all of your checks would be worsened, and you're about to go into tomorrow lying.
Yeah, I think it's better to just
Get
take
some
our
sleep.
chances.
As soon as he hears "get some sleep," Goran is already snoring.
All right, I'm marking off another ration for everybody. Is a ration like per meal or per day? How are we doing that?
I feel like rations are per meal. I'll have to look.
All right,
It
yeah,
won't
no
take
problem.
me long, but
No worries. We'll just do our perceptions, and I'm gonna go ahead and mark those off.
yeah, I think it was set up as Rom, Mag, or Gore.
Sounds right.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Oh shit, Orion's on his game for once. I normally get like 1s and 2s.
You're in your natural habitat.
You know, I do feel rather at home in these woods.
Romulus, while you are sleeping, or rather, while you are on watch, you catch yourself having a pleasant dream, almost as if wonderful things are happening, before you start to realize this slobbery, wet feeling about your legs that seems awfully foul. Something terrible is actually happening, and all of a sudden you wake up from what seemed like a pleasant dream into a nightmarish feeling, and you see at your feet a massive slug-like creature, and we're gonna go right into initiative.
All right. I wasn't sleeping on watch though.
Definitely not sleeping on watch. So everybody can select their tokens, or rather, we're going to start off with just Romulus at this point, and we will see who he wakes up, and this will... So, when you are sleeping, you are essentially, if you do not wear light armor, if you wear medium armor or heavy armor, you have to take it off, otherwise you don't get a rest by sleeping. So you would have that armor off. I believe it takes 5 minutes to don medium armor and 10 minutes to don heavy armor. So it's pretty much the type of thing that you cannot actually don it in a battle. So you will have reduced AC if you do not wear light armor or less. But at this point, it will kind of be up to Romulus. If he yells out for help, it will restart the actual rest for the evening. If he does not, it will be just him solo fighting, more or less.
Yeah, want to get you sleep? Yeah, guess I better let him sleep. Shh. Slug, we gotta do this quietly.
So, as you are sleeping, you feel this, like, weird feeling about your legs, as it seems like something is almost consuming your left leg into, like, this jelly-like mouth-like thing. I mean, this slug is more or less, like, engulfing you. But you are essentially starting off grappled and... God damn it, why can't I fucking restrain?
Restrained. Alright, I would like to rage.
A silent rage?
A silent rage.
What does that look like?
It certainly doesn't look like I was sleeping on watch. Let's see, and then I guess it's his turn, isn't it?
No, I'm doing the grapple and restrained
okay.
is what it was starting off with.
Okay. Escape DC for that, or?
It will just be a contested. So you can have
Well,
advantage on your strength.
11.
It's got a 10, so you will be able to escape.
Okay.
So I believe that is your action.
That's my
and
action and bonus, yeah. And I'm not going to move away from it, so I will stay here.
But you are otherwise doing this silently?
So far.
Alrighty. So as you pull away from it and kind of escape from, like, its bottom side of its body, which was kind of just like surrounding you in some sort of mucus material, you are going to see as it, like, forms little tentacles out of the top of its body, and it's going to whip out at you with these tentacles.
Ah, shit. Ow, ow.
So a 14, a 6.
Won't hit. A 16 will. 15 will.
So the 2 hits. So for a total of 6 bludgeoning damage. and it will kind of move back into contact with you, and it will go back to your turn, Romulus.
All right, let's see. Let's give it all we got for the first go, and then I'll wake you guys up. It's not looking good.
17 will hit.
And then +2, and it's one-handed, so 8, 9 damage. We will turn around and do the backside.
And a 23 will hit.
And then 6, 7, 8 damage there. And I will action surge and will attack again.
12 will miss.
Oh, dang. And I think that is all I can do because I can't use my bonus action. So, or I've already used my bonus action for this first hit, or the Polearm Master. So that will be my turn.
It's going to strike back at you with 4 more tentacles. As you see, like, one tentacle just kind of like writher up against your strikes, and it will hit you for 4 more bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Yeah, let's go with another attack, and an attack, and
Both will
nothing. Oh shoot! I go reckless. Need to go reckless. Oh no, I don't.
So 1 more hit for 2 damage. As it strikes out at you with the 4 tentacles, just trying to grasp you again, and it will go back to you.
$14.
14s will miss.
Ooh, hey guys, wake up! There's a snail.
Like, are you yelling out, or are you just kind of like starting to say something?
Gosh. Yeah, I better start yelling out. Just so when I go down, they don't get eaten in their sleep.
So roll a d20 with advantage, essentially, and then let me have everybody roll a perception check with advantage. So 10 is how loud he yells out. Magnus will start to wake up. Goran will start to wake up. And Orion also will start to wake up. So everybody can roll into initiative. And the snail itself is going to attack Romulus again at the top of this initiative order.
$19 will hit.
So 4 more bludgeoning. And then it will go to Orion as you wake up to see a giant snail. Its shell is probably the size of Romulus. Its like appendage, like gooiness, seems to be almost human size itself. What would you like to do as you wake up to see this monstrosity apparently whipping out at your friend with some sort of gooey, mucusy appendages?
Oh, what's all the commotion? I heard the scream of a small woman. Oh dear.
No PvP combat, please.
Second rage of the day.
I would like to rage on top of my rage.
Right, double rage.
Can I get a clear shot from here, or do I need to move over to the other side?
It's going to be one of the things where essentially, like, just for the nature of how the forest works, it would add AC. You don't have to specifically get a great shot, but it would be like a +2 AC.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm going to cast.
But also, like, that's one of the reasons why I've said in the past with you, like, there's certain times, I think Frostbite is one of the spells you've been holding. Like, Frostbite is just a save DC, so there's no reason to cover, like, it doesn't interact with cover.
Yeah, I got you. I thought about doing frostbite, but it's only on the next attack, so it's not really that pointful. So Orion will just kind of like twist his hands around a little bit, and you'll see a tiny little flame light in his left hand, and then he'll throw it to his right hand, and then it will turn into a bigger flame, and then he'll throw overhand firebolt at this slug snail thing.
The firebolt seems to hit in one of its, like, mucusy areas and almost seems to sizzle.
Get some salt.
And that's it for my turn.
Back to Romulus again. Oh shit, I didn't keep track of your rages. What is this, the 4th turn for you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've been going back and forth with it. 16 damage.
Alright, so what is it? Okay, you rolled both of the attacks and both of the damages. Yeah, so 9 and 7. Word. Yeah, so you will see as another 2... Yeah, another 2... Yeah, another 2 of the little appendages kinds of like shrinks up into it. And it will go to Gorin as you wake up to hear Orion shooting a firebolt and Romulus battling with some massive snail-shaped being attacking him.
Gorin kind of, I think, wakes up, and his pants are kind of half falling down. He kind of pulls up his pants and looks towards the snail, pulls out his sword and rapier and dagger, and starts trying to go to town at it, I think.
Oh, my bad. You raged first, so it should actually be 5 rounds.
Sure, yeah.
So, you said you were going to attack the snail-like being without any pants on?
Yeah, well, they're loosely around my, like, my lower glute, my butt, you know what I mean? Just hang them below. They're kind of loose. He hasn't had time to kind of settle himself. He has a whole morning routine he has to put on his clothes, you know? It all doesn't keep fit all tight, you know?
Sure, that won't be dangerous with something that attacks out with sticky appendages.
Hey, man, that's what happens when you wake up in the middle of the night, right?
Wants the pants so bad, just give it to him.
Sorry, I'm finding stuff.
Uh, 19 will hit. You have sneak attack.
Yeah, I'll add that.
You have an ally next to it, so you can apply your sneak attack.
Can I do the two-handed attack and a sneak attack as well?
Did you take the feat for two-handed attacks? I do not believe a rapier is a lightweight.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. It says finesse. No, you're correct. Okay. And then I'll do my...
So 13 more damage. Another one of its appendages will kind of shrink inside.
And then I'll use my cunning to kind of dash away a little bit.
Are you disengaging as you like? Is that what your cunning action is?
Yeah.
And then it will go to Magnus.
Okay, I'm going to wake up with a grumble and Rami, why do you always have to pick fights with things that are bigger than you? And I'm gonna move around him to the other side of him and take 2 swings with my war pick using my war priest ability as well. Whoops. I guess if this hits or whatever, if you want me to re-roll it, it's a miss anyway.
Roll a d4. Anything else from Magnus?
No, that's it.
Alrighty. The snail is going to lash out with one tentacle at Romulus. It is going to miss, and then it is going to retract into its shell, and it will go to Orlean.
Retract into its shell, you say?
Yeah, so there's basically like a conch shell kind of sitting at Romulus's feet at this point.
Okay, I got you.
And again, it's like larger than Romulus, so I should say Romulus is kind of sitting at the feet of this conch shell.
Okay, Orion will once again just sort of flick his fingers together, and you'll see the ice start to build up, and then he will lob a snowball up into the air to come down underhand on top of the snail and say, I know you don't like the fire. How do you like the cold? And it's DC 13.
It has advantage against this attack. Oh, my bad. I forgot it automatically rolled with advantage. So it will succeed. It takes no damage. And it will
It's all right. It was just a snowball anyway.
It will go to Romulus.
Not sure if the 20 hits anymore.
Both of those will indeed hit.
$12 and $8.
I didn't mean to do that. I'm always clicking on things.
And that will successfully crack the shell as this gooey creature like kind of splatters out at your feet and seems to almost like melt away in like a fiery magma-like existence.
Can I keep the shell?
It is split in half, and what is it? God, it probably weighs like 50 plus pounds.
So one half is only 25 pounds. I want to make a shield out of it.
Potentially. I think it would be relatively viable. Roll a... Roll a nature check for me.
Hey, with a -1.
Looking up the obscure facts about how much does a snail shell weigh. The interesting things.
I think it's pretty heavy if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because it's a large elemental. I'm pretty sure it's probably at least like 100 pounds, where 50 pounds is like a light end for one side of it.
Yeah. Should have brought that cart.
Well, I mean, I have a lot of carrying capacity. I don't know how awkward it is to carry. Pretty big, right?
Holy shit, an intact shell could sell for up to 5,000 gold?
Right?
Impressive!
That sucks. It's cracked.
Still probably worth something, though.
Y'all think the orcs would like this shell?
They can't have it.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to give it to them?
I could parlay it for something, you know.
Well, if you can make use of
What,
it,
more
mate.
food? You want more of their rotten meat?
I mean, you just said this shell's worth how much gold?
I mean, that's just from a wiki. It doesn't mean that's what I'm going to let you sell it for.
Yeah.
Sure, right on. Sure.
But
Especially broken.
I'm thinking more of like the properties that it has.
Yeah, from what you guys would have seen in those first few moments of Orion waking up, Orion had 0 effect on this creature.
Well, I mean, I rolled a 1 for damage. What do you expect?
Yeah, is that any different than any other creature we've seen?
Well, I'm just saying, without giving you an actual Arcana check to see more on it, like the way your firebolt hit it in what would be like a weak spot on a snail-like creature, it absorbed the fire. And then when your cold hit its shell, it absorbed that cold. And then the way it like melted away into like a fire, that's where you would have seen this creature is of an elemental nature. And it was definitely the type of thing where it's intriguing at very least at that point. But yeah, I feel like you all could probably mix things up where you could carry this back among your load of things. You would just have to kind of switch up your loads. I know Orion can carry 500 with the floating disc.
The floating disc, yeah.
So
and then I've got a block and tackle so we can lift it.
Yeah, exactly. I would say at this point it would be a worthy thing for you all to write down that you have a split flail snail shell, and I can figure out what that means for the actual goings on between this next week, because I don't think it's going to be something where I will be able to quickly find like an actual weight for you and whatnot.
Okay.
But I will have you all go back to sleep here. You will basically continue with like the next rest, and then we will have Romulus take the next one from there. Everyone will have to sleep for 8 hours from here. But the next 3 of you, I believe everybody went successfully, and I did not roll another combat there, so it will just be Romulus rolling versus a random encounter for his perception. So everybody has a pretty uneventful sleep through the evening. And Romulus, as you start to take your watch, you hear the howling of wolves to the north, and they are much closer this time.
So have I had a long rest from that, or?
No, you are still restless at this point. I guess really I didn't have to force it into that. If you needed to, you could have taken like a short rest and basically prolonged the actual rest through an extra hour. I would just have to roll an extra random encounter.
fighting wolves.
Yeah, so you're basically partway through your watch as you hear the wolves seem to be approaching this area. Perhaps because they smell the I can't. Escargot. They smell the self-cooked escargot in the air.
But they're not getting it.
And you have a pretty good concept of the actual area and the tree lines. They seem to be somewhere inside of this general area at this point as they are howling out. What would you like to do?
I didn't see the ping. What area?
Oh, I just mean like the actual map that you're on. You have a pretty good sense that at this point the wolves are like inside of this area where you had been treating with the orcs previously. So they are pretty close at this point.
All right.
But also like not within sight. So you still have like a bit of like processing time where you can wake people if you want to get them into the battle, or you can actually like where you could strategize for a moment. You can see what you're actually up against. So it's kind of like at a here nor there kind of state of the wolves are close and you know they're there.
Gotcha. Well, I'll let them sleep. I'm going to start throwing torches out.
Oh yeah. So you can light off a few torches, get those set for yourself, and the wolves seem to approach from the north. They are barking out to themselves. There seems to be one almost directly north, one slightly off to the north and west, and then what sounds like a deeper howl coming from between those two. And if I can have you pop into initiative. So I think you would probably have your first sight of the one that is probably north and to the west of you. And then you can let me know what you would like to do.
I'm going to use second wind to, roll that one.
The sweet, sweet one hit point.
4. Yep. That's...
And what is it? You have 3 levels of fighter right now?
Oh, that's 2 levels of fire.
Alright, so 6 hit points?
Yes, sir.
And that's a bonus action?
That is a bonus action. And I guess I will, for now, take an action to dodge since I have to use an action. And I'll bring out the pike.
Oh, it's pike time. So that's two-handed. You have no shield at that point, right? So you are at, was it 14 AC?
13.
Word.
Oh, geez.
And it will go back to you. I think at this point you can see that there are 2 smaller wolves and 1 wolf that is about the size of a human.
Yeah.
And the howls that confirm that this is probably what is moving in on you.
Time to wake up again, guys. and I will kind of kick Magnus awake as I step over him.
So Magnus, you can have perception with advantage, and then the other two just roll perception checks for me. Or are you yelling out again?
Oh, yeah, yelling out. Do I need to roll 20s?
Yeah, do that for me again. Yeah, so Magnus, I think at this point Orion would be the one who still sleeps, but the other two can roll perception. Not perception, initiative.
I'm not falling for this bullshit again. I'm going back to sleep.
The Romulus that cried wolf.
What would you like to do, Romulus?
I'm going to make a stabby stab from here.
I don't know why I didn't take that roll. Must have clicked off.
19 will hit. 12 will miss. I assume you're going for the big
that's
one?
12 damage.
Oh, word.
Yeah, big one for sure. And then, yeah, I could swing around with the back end for bonus action.
18 will hit as well.
At 6. No rage on this.
No rage.
I think I'm out, yeah, because somebody called me small at some point. I had to use my rage for that.
I believe the orc lisp, it was actually small. Biting out at Romulus. I believe that's a straight up miss.
That'll miss. Thank goodness. Here comes the pain train.
Yep, this is where it gets bad with advantage. So 10 piercing, and make a strength saving throw for me. DC 11.
Oh.
Alright, so you'll take 10 piercing there, and you will go prone. Attack with advantage, and an auto crit for... Does it actually roll the auto crit? It doesn't appear to, but it's got the dice up there. Like, it rolls them, but it doesn't show them. So what? It rolled... Oh, I think it keeps them separated, north and south. So an extra 6 damage, so it'll do 13 total. That's kind of interesting. It's got a 4 and a 3 on the bottom of the d20s, and then a 4 and a 2 above the d20s. So that's got to be what it's going for. Alright, and then it will go to Magnus. As you wake up, you see 3 wolves having swarmed around Romulus as he took a second to wake you up. There is one directly north of you, a large one in front of him, with Romulus's pike, like, embedded through its chest area, and then a smaller one to his other flank on his west, to the left of you. What would you like to do, Magnus?
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted. Would yelling out be an action?
No. You can always speak for 6 seconds during your turn.
All right, I'm gonna yell out, "Wake up, Orion, you fool!" And then I'm gonna take a swing with my war pike.
Roll 2d20 for me, and then Orion, do a perception check for me with advantage.
Oof.
Oh my gosh.
Interesting. So you did not. No, he has a higher perception. I feel like it doesn't make sense to me right now, but I'm pretty sure he heard. So you can roll into initiative.
All right, and I'm just gonna swing with my war pike at this first one, or war pick. Sorry, I had pike in my head.
This first one, like the one north of you,
Yeah, just directly north of me.
23 will hit.
And then I'm going to again use my second use of my war priest to swing again. And I'm going to use my war god's blessing to buff that by 10.
22 will hit.
And that's going to be it for me.
You won't actually get a move yet, Orion. Yeah, word.
Oh, no, I was just.
Yeah, your
I assume I
second
stood up as
strike
well,
with
right?
it will. Yeah, it takes half your movement
Or
to
I would
stand
like
up.
Yeah.
Your
I'll
second
stand on it.
strike out with the war pick will impale it, and that wolf will die. And it will go to Romulus.
Okay, I'll take my half movement to stand up. And we'll go for the big one. And we'll give it all we got. 11 and 9.
Those will both miss.
And that'll be my turn.
Oh wait, did you stay on the ground for that? You were prone. I don't think I marked you for it.
I marked it, and I used my half my movement to get up.
All right, word. Little wolf is going to bite at you with advantage. 13 will miss.
Actually, 13 just hits.
Oh, 13 hits. Word. So it will do 5 piercing.
I'm still standing.
And then the big wolf will do the same, also with advantage. 15 will hit for 11 damage.
I'm not standing.
Goran, as you wake up to Romulus shouting, you hear Magnus shout, and then within the next few moments you see as the wolves envelop over Romulus and seem to bite him until he stops moving. What would you like to do?
I think his pants are definitely already tied at this point. He learned from his first mistake, and he's gonna run at that little wolf with his rapier in hand. It's an 11.
11 will miss.
And that'll end Goran's turn.
We'll go back to the top of the order, and it will go to Magnus. You just watched as Romulus fell to the largest of the wolves as it basically pounced on him and took him to the ground.
Wait, did I not get a turn that round?
No, that was essentially you waking up. It wasn't actually taking you in on that first turn.
Okay, I'm going to... I'm going to bonus action healing word him, I think. and then I'm going to move forward and take a swing at this one with my war pick.
$20 will hit. And it will go to Romulus.
All right, Romulus is gonna wrestle him off of him and stand up, and then he will pick up the spear and do 1 and a 2.
At the big guy.
Yeah, at the big guy.
Both will hit.
So 12 damage.
That will leave it quite bloodied at that point.
And just say, "Get out of here," and that'll be his turn.
The next wolf here is going to disengage. And we'll go to Orion.
He will walk over with like sleep in his eyes, grab his staff in one hand, and you will start to see a little bit of fire glowing in his left hand, and then he will push it over to his right hand holding his staff, and he'll twist it around, and he will say, "Let the fiery rage of Orion consume you!" And he will
Poor
cast,
direwolf.
Burning Hand.
Burning hands.
He's evocation.
Oh, that's right.
Every time. He's afraid
I'm
every
gonna
time.
ignore Goran, but the other
I've been
two,
hit with a lot of spells.
you guys woke me up, so he's mad. Just imagine it was spun the other way.
There's an actual counter on it that you can spin it, yeah.
Yeah, there was so much junk, I just kept clicking everything but what I was trying to click. But yeah, I'm not gonna hit you guys, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of how you do it. Not a big fan of triangles. Not a big fan of triangles, but I guess that's kind of the best way it would sit. It's got a chance with Dex, but it's not going to make it.
Did it roll damage?
Yeah, 13.
Oh, it psyched me out because that was the DC. Okay, yeah, so.
As all of the hairs singe off of the dire wolf, it wails out in pain, and you see as the wolves closing in on this area will all simultaneously begin to run with the other that has already begun to flee as you all awake to the wolf attack.
And as they run away, I'm gonna firebolt one. Oh, are we still in initiative? My bad.
What would you like to do, Goran?
So you said the rest of the wolves are running away?
Well, at this point, it's kind of like having a conversation in initiative. You get the hint that they seem to already be fleeing, but it is the type of thing where you can't actually tell until they get their turn.
Right on. I think Goran just goes over to his the rest of his team and just kind of say, "Hey, everyone, is everyone all right? This is a crazy night."
Are you taking any action?
Nah, he's just kind of sitting there.
It will go
Romulus
to
is
Magnus.
So I can cast a cantrip and a bonus action spell. Is that correct?
Like you can use a single spell level during your turn. So yeah, a bonus action that takes a spell slot, and then a cantrip that takes an action.
I was just making sure. I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead on the one that I hit earlier that's running away. Take that.
Oh shit, wolves are wise. Oh, it is wise enough. The high one was first.
All right, and I'm gonna bonus action cure or healing word Rami again, just in case.
Hey, Spike.
And that's gonna be it for me. I'm not gonna chase him.
And Romulus, as you see
Romulus
the wolves
gonna
fleeing
chase
from you.
And he will take a javelin at the one over here.
$20 will hit.
6 damage.
6 is enough to kill. Although it seems the API is crashed because it won't kill it.
And I'll pull my shield out as well. And that will be my turn.
So once again, and in the very opposite order, you all fail at taking a long rest.
Running out of daylight or night.
Yeah, that was what, like 9 to 10 hours essentially have passed. So you probably have about 4 hours of night, and then you'll have to sleep through about 4 hours of the day.
Let's all go to sleep. And then that'll at least cut the time.
No watch.
No watch. We'll just all wake up at the same time when we get eaten by something.
I mean, we were all kind of sleeping through the first one anyway, right? I mean,
if I roll another flail snail, that'll be amazing to let me have it consume you like a gelatinous cube.
I think as soon
Or
as said Romulus,
we just go.
I think as
I'm
soon as
up.
Romulus said go to sleep, Goran just starts snoring again.
I wasn't first anyway, so I'm definitely going to sleep.
So just to understand how this works, you're saying 8 or 9 hours has gone by for these two combats?
Well, like the three of you would have actually watched, and then Romulus would have been on the last sleep, like the last watch. So he would have basically woken up for his watch at the end of the night and had another encounter. But by waking you, it stops the actual long rest from happening.
So how many more hours of sleep do we need to get a long rest?
It's like back to the full 8 hours.
We lose all the previous rest we got?
Like, it's 6 hours of sleep and 2 hours of doing nothing. By actually having a fight, it throws it all out of the window.
So if we all sleep, we need 6 hours. We could just sleep. Well, then we all have to be awake, right? For 2
Well,
hours.
if you all sleep at the same time, you need 6 hours of sleep, and then everybody is basically relaxing for another 2 hours while everybody's awake. I don't think it really saves you anything by everybody sleeping at
Yeah.
the same time.
It's probably even more dangerous.
Well, it's definitely more dangerous. Because you can't even, like, walk casually and get those last 2 hours of rest. It's the type of thing where a cleric can be awake with... You can be awake with your armor on, is essentially the bonus of being the person on watch. But you can't really do any sort of activity and gain rest.
Well, we already got a short rest then if we slept for that long.
No.
It's not the same.
So let's just take a short rest and then take a long rest then.
I mean, it just makes sense to try to get another long rest in. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense.
Let's give it a shot. Same order or whatever.
Well, I rolled for the wolves again, but luckily you all killed the wolves, so you can successfully have a long rest.
Good job, guys.
I immediately put my armor on when I wake up before I pray even.
Is that unusual from what Magnus usually does?
I mean, I would think, yeah.
Oh, War Priest, though?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess
And
it
putting on your
probably
armor
depends,
is
right?
your prayer.
Ooh,
Okay,
that could
that's
be
what
a
we're
good
gonna-
one, like your ritual prayers, like the armor putting.
I like that. Maybe I'll
Breastplace
adopt
of
that.
righteousness.
I'm like, as I
Done.
put shit on, like chanting or something.
Yeah, like a little different line.
Don the greaves of. Yeah.
Kind of like that.
Kind of gets annoying the fourth time you hear it.
Oh, for sure. I think we all mock him as he says it every morning now.
They put on the greaves of truth.
Yeah, the chest plate of Lathander, whatever.
So we're about to wrap it up here. You all can essentially progress your way back to Phandalin with the...
Oh, I think the idea was we're gonna double back and
Oh, yeah.
pull some of the orcs out.
Yeah, let's see how that goes.
But do we want? Yeah, I guess.
What is your thought about the flail snail shell?
Oh,
You gonna
gosh.
take that to the orc hold?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I had an idea.
And then if we pick up the orcs, then we have to bring them to the town.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the best idea.
Could fill it up with these here. What are they? The ball barons. If we got some explosive, maybe oil or powder, we can make a little explosive bomb. Take out a few.
This plan just took a turn.
Wow.
Hey, man, that's what happens when you kill a slug and a wolf at night. Your mind just thinks, you know.
You become the wild. The other idea is we take the two halves and just float down the river.
Huh. With the orcs or without the orcs?
Probably without the orcs, but
I suppose we could have the orcs meet us somewhere.
Yes, because they are always punctual and timely.
I mean, we
Y'all
definitely
think
don't want to bring them into town.
y'all think they would accept the shells as like a trade for like 4 warriors?
Do you think we want to trade the shell for 4 warriors that
I
we
mean,
just want to kill?
the eventual plan is that we're gonna wipe them out. So in theory, we could get the shell back, and we would still have
I'm
half
gonna
the
try to
other
blow on the
shell. I'm
conch and
just
they
saying.
go boom. But I'll give this thing away. This is cool.
heard that. That's your shell. You earned it. All right, so I guess we just roll up there and hey, we know where the banner is. We need some muscles because we're not strong enough. Don't tell Romulus. And we need their help.
Yeah, we could just bring up that we almost died to wolves in the night, and technically not a lie, right? It looked pretty
I
pretty
think
sketchy
one
for a
of us
second.
died at one point, right?
Unconsciousness is not death. Plus, I was just baiting him.
Just taking another nap when you shouldn't have been. Oh, sorry.
Well, all right. Is it just me? Is it me and Muscles? Me and Orion? Me and Magnus? What are we doing here, boys? Just me?
What if me and Magnus take the shell back to Fanland, and you two try to sneak off with a few orcs, and we'll meet outside of Fanland in the forest?
I think Goran looks over to Orion and is like, "Are you comfortable being with 4 orcs here, partner?"
That does not sound like a particularly good plan.
Ah.
What's the goal here? To just try to get the shell back to town?
Well, we're trying to get some orcs to lead a way to kill them so we can lower the overall numbers. I think I'm not too. I don't know what the shell plan is.
So why don't we just tell the orcs that we need their help to carry back the shell, and then go get the banner, and then we just kill the orcs halfway to town.
We'd pay them and we just pay them. Why are they gonna help us with the shell?
Well, we'll still use the whole banner plan and everything like that, but we'll just say that we need their help along the way, and then to go get the banner afterwards. But we'd basically just get them to come away from their fort with the promise of gold and the banner.
Right on. I think Goran finishes breakfast and dusts off his suit, his little formal wear, and starts heading towards the orc camp because we're 2 hours or 6 hours into sunlight now.
Yeah, sounds good to me. If everybody else is for the plan.
Sounds fun.
Sounds great to me.
So we'll just leave the shell here momentarily, go get the orcs, and then we can kill them further away from town. But we'll get their help at least with this.
Sure.
So you can approach the orc keep. The guards at the door open the doors for you, a little perplexed, but otherwise relatively expectant of you.
Oh man, that's good. We got like a one-way pass into an orc keep, guys.
We're VIP.
Think it's a limited offer.
Y'all think they got any more of that rotten meat? I think Goran just keeps on kind of making his way towards I think the chieftain, the person that we're supposed to be talking to, and that fancy fella.
Yeah, definitely headed back in to talk to the big boss man.
Yes, sir.
Are we going in?
Yeah, I think so. They opened up the gate.
How does this gate look like it works? Does it close from the inside?
It's just like two large doors that you see at this point.
Hello, friend. Back with a simple request.
What request would you bring to the Orcs of the Eclipse?
Well, you know we got that
Can
deal with
you
the
actually
banner.
take Gorin in there?
What was that?
Like, move your counter in there. Right now, you are outside of the keep.
All I see is a black screen on my screen. It went from the battle screen to a straight black screen now.
Oh, I was wondering.
Yeah, it was like that
So I
for
was
the
like,
last
so are
one
we
too.
going in?
I'm sorry, man. I'm trying. I want to move it, but all I see is a black screen right now.
See if you can zoom out. There's like a little
I'm
bar.
super zoomed out. I am
Can you grab where I'm
10%.
pinging? Can you see my ping? even?
Oh, it just became visible now. All right, cool. Oh, perfect. Pardon me, partner. Thank you. All right, so Derek Rendar. We need some help here, partner. We almost got killed last night by a giant elemental snail and a pack of wolves. Good news is we didn't die, and we got two very valuable, very nice shells that I think you will appreciate. So we are hoping two things. You could give us about 4 warriors to come help us carry it back into town so we can split it, so we can sell it and split the gold 50-50. And then we're going to need those 4 warriors to come help us act as our muscle out on this mission to get your war banner.
Roll a persuasion check.
Do you take orcs for those who respect weakness?
I don't. I know you don't respect weakness, but I know even more you respect war and you respect bloodshed. And now here, partner, give me a second shot. You're gonna need gold to make that bloodshed happen. We're just saying we got word on the street is that shell's worth about 500 gold. Now I'm saying you give us 4 orcs that can help us carry it. You know what? We'll split it more than 50-50. I'll give you a 60-40 split on your tribe. And then we just need the muscle. We need the money to help us out on this banner journey. You know, we're trying to do everyone a solid here.
Would be mutually beneficial. Allow us both to accomplish the task at hand without wearing our resources thin. And also give us a reason to trust you as well as a reason for you to trust us as well.
You wouldn't want us to die not having gotten the banner.
And let me remind you, partner, we do have a solid lead as to where it is.
Roll a deception check.
A little better.
Your kind speak in circles. Why do you pretend to be weaklings and yet ask and hope for the strength of orcs?
Well, listen here, partner. Only one out of the 4 of us is strong, and we need 4 strong people. It's just simple math.
My orcs who would go with you would soon as eat you, as follow my orders to follow weak ones. They follow strength. They do not follow weakness.
All right. All right. How about a test of strength real quick? How about our best guy versus your best guy, test of strength?
He picks up an axe that is roughly the size of you. I will
Go
cut
get him,
you in
Goran.
half. Come closer. We will test our strengths.
I don't. I'm not me here, partner. I'm not. I'm not the big guy on the team. Uh,
And this is
President-
why orcs would not follow you.
Yeah, you pick a fight. You talk to Romulus about the strength test and stuff. You guys arm wrestle or do some pull ups. I bet you he can do more pull ups than you. I bet you Romulus has got better abs than you here, partner.
Rami called you small.
Did you call me small?
Please roll initiative, Romulus.
Fucking APIs still crash. God damn it.
I feel like
Yeah.
spinning up new sandbox does not bode well.
It takes a minute, but also, I mean, it's top of the hour. We can certainly pick this up. It's a good place to pick it up next week.
Yeah, that works for me as well.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna throw it out there. Approaching orcs and trying to appeal to them with weakness is not really the best of ideas. But you all are about to see, and we will pick up next week, whether Romulus reacts quick enough to the orc raising his axe and preparing to cut him in two.
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah, no, that's fun.
Felt like I had to egg you on. It needed to be said.
There's only one path it's gonna go down.
I was like, well, I see where this is going. He's gonna need to be angry.
But yeah, that was a fun session there, guys. You are in the center of Eclipse Skull Hold. You have met the orcs, and it's still entirely possible that you can stay on their good side by killing the war chief. It is just a question of how you approach this next session that will determine a lot. But he has given you enough information that weakness is not how you control orcs.
Oh, hell yeah, that was an awesome session. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking like arm wrestling contest, maybe.
I tried to
like
tell you guys at the start
pull-ups
of
or
things,
something.
they're not going to do like a show of physical strength. They're going
Yeah.
to do a show of murdering somebody.
Yeah, we'll just have to find out who the better murderer is.
Gorn's gonna get a good lesson in filleting people or whatever you said earlier.
Yeah, yeah. Dissecting bodies.
Awesome, fellas. Well, I appreciate letting me join in on the session. I had a lot of fun. So hope to see you guys next week.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
come
fun.
back. Thanks so much.
Yeah, we'll have to twist in how Raziel rejoins everybody. Hopefully Key shows up for next week. But we will essentially jump back in here at Eclipse Skullhold, and we shall see how things progress.
Oh yeah, thanks, dudes.
I want to
Yeah,
say,
definitely fun playing with you, man. Your character's fun too.
yeah, definitely very cool to see a fat rogue.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
it. Definitely like outside the box.
I think I almost could have taken that flail snail, but
I
it
thought
was
you were gonna
taking
do it.
4 hits. I know, it was taking 4 hits, and I was like, sooner or later it's going to get really lucky and drop me. So I better wake you out before it
It
gets
was
you off.
super close, though. I think I played it wrong, and I gave you 2 arms in a single attack, where it's actually like it can only lose a single per attack round. But it's definitely the type of thing where if you deal enough damage quick enough, you can remove its arms that make the attacks.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool.
That's no big deal. We got our rest in anyway, and then all we have to do is just wait till the battle escalates closely with you and the Orc war chief, and then just jump his ass.
Yeah, if Romulus survives, he definitely wants to make a shield out of that shell.
Oh, I mean, you already know what's going to happen. As soon as the war chief gets low, we're just going to murder him.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a fair fight.
I believe you
kinda
are
hoping.
currently surrounded by 11 orcs.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. It's not a fair fight.
I think once he kills Romulus, we all kneel. I think that's what we do.
Right, yeah. Well, certainly will end that discussion for sure.
I'll probably beg to. Well, he probably won't let me collect your body.
I'm going to throw it out there that all of the side factions that I'm creating, you guys can ally with pretty much anybody that you would like. In the same way that you recruited the kobolds and killed off the goblins, there are aspects like that to every decision that you make.
Yeah, maybe this is just the growing pains. This is how they judge character.
Well, I mean, if you kill the leader, then they're kind of yours, right? You're like the Orc King.
Well, I don't want to kill the leader, but I also don't want to humiliate him in front of his people either. So I have to think about how I'm going to do it this whole week.
No, if you don't kill him, that's weakness right there.
Yeah.
Win in combat. If you don't kill him, that's weakness. You think he wouldn't kill you?
Well,
no,
if he submits to you, the submission is a show of strength just as much. So it is a question of if you two will duel to the death, that is one end result to whichever one dies, as well as if one actually gives up in the fight and submits to the other, that is another resolution. And then cheating is definitely another resolution.
Yeah.
Cheating definitely sounds dangerous. It sounds like the worst option.
We'll keep it clean, and we'll just do it.
Yeah, we'll keep it clean. Wink until we don't have to.
But that is something you all should definitely discuss in Discord across the week to make the decision, so it's not a surprise when the decision is time to be made.
Well,
Yeah, we're
seeing
not very
as how
decisive.
no plan we have ever made has survived 1 minute later, I think it's pointless. Because we could have already eliminated 3 of the orcs and then still attempted to go treat with them, and we didn't do that. So here we are, right back here, ready to fight, which is
And
what
now we
we
just
were.
want to kill the orcs we could have already killed.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously planning is pointless with this group because we can plan
Well,
everything, and then we do the opposite. So
the 3 ones, you can't really expect that to happen when you all are essentially trying to sneak up on them. But the difference is there wasn't really a plan about what happens if we don't have the jump on them, and it definitely stalemated pretty quickly. But again, I tried to stress, like, these orcs expected to hear from Sildar again, so they were not surprised to see humans. They have already been treating with a human.
Yeah, my point is that every time we've tried to work out a plan ahead of time, it has not worked, including this one. Then it's like perceived as weakness now that we need help carrying a shell, not perceived as like lack of numbers. It's weakness. So it's like, whatever.
Yeah, orcs, you know. They don't have an intelligence score.
Well, fine.
Yeah,
Romulus is just gonna win this fight. So
I don't mean to make it like a problem, but I definitely meant for if you guys were going to speak the orcs into giving you backup, it was for like going to war with the druids, and not because we need help carrying something. That's kind of how I saw it, as that was the convincing argument that would get them to give you all orcs that would remove strength from their keep.
Yeah, that makes sense. But at the same time, probably don't want to let on that the druids have the thing.
Well, and again, my plan was to get them to help us go fight and get the banner. And then the snail shell became relevant. So my exact point is that any plan we have does not survive any actual gameplay.
Right.
that snail shell was kind of too valuable to ignore. We should have. I don't know. I don't think it should have been a part of the orc plan, maybe, but I don't know.
Well, that's kind of
also,
what I
think
was
it's a little
getting
bit
at.
of-
My bad, Ben.
Oh, I was just going to say it's probably a little bit of meta on my part because
Like, if you had essentially left the snail shell there, gone back with that same plan where you were essentially asking for orcs who would go into battle with you, you wouldn't even necessarily have to mention the druids, but essentially that you were looking for orcs who would go into battle with you, that would have been an avenue that could convince them, because they are open to the idea of going into battle. Like the actual bloodlust is something that they can be sold on, rather than like just carrying something. And on your way back, you could have just like picked up the shell.
Yes. So do
Yeah.
our roles actually affect the game, or do you just decide ahead of time like that we're not going to be able to convince them?
No, it just changes the DC with the different decisions and the different roles.
So
I think we
even
can
with the
still work with it.
22 there was no way that we were going to get them to help us.
Well, you were keeping the conversation going. It's not a single, it's like a skill challenge that goes across many roles, rather than a single role is going to decide an entire conversation. And then the offer to go to battle essentially ended it. The moment they brought up a strength challenge, he was ready to like take it to blows. He was open to that one.
You don't perceive like multiple people trying to convince them of something as like gaining advantage, like how you would normally gain advantage on something.
Like the actual skill challenge of that conversation, he won over the orc on that persuasion check and on the deception check to keep the conversation going. But my point is that it was a conversation where you were climbing up a massive hill because you're trying to convince them to do something against their nature.
Gotcha. It just seems like anytime we ever try to do any kind of plan or anything, it doesn't work. So I'm starting to second guess why we even make these elaborate plans, because we spend like hours going around looking for clues to get a plan to go do something, and then it never works anyway. So it's like, why don't we just go fight stuff and then we can at least have fun?
Well, the problem with going and fighting stuff is it cuts off actual threads. Like all of the
Well,
hooks.
none of the threads actually ever work though, because here we are
No,
right
I mean,
here in the center of the orcs, ready to fight them.
which is
So how did
perfect. This is
anything
great.
we did
I
work?
think we can make this work.
Yeah,
This
I
is no
think this is
different than
still obtainable.
yeah, but it's no different than if we just came to the orc fortress and started battling them.
Even if he loses, he could
Oh, I
still
mean,
be respected potentially.
we don't have to
Right?
fight our way all the way up to him. Right now, we've got the chance fresh to fight him, which that's pretty good.
If you kill the warlord, your chances of taking over this entire group of orcs is extremely strong. the possibility of losing control of orcs after killing their warlord is pretty minimal, because essentially if Romulus is able to kill him in one-on-one combat, he will become their warlord. If Romulus
Then
gets
we
him to
find the
submit, he is still essentially their warlord. So that's the big reason why to fight the orcs on a level playing field is very much a possibility. Like, they may not seem like people who like are honorful, but that's literally what they are. That's their nature, is the strong rules. So if Romulus wins in a fight against the strongest orc, they're essentially going to switch to him as the person they would look up to. So I would actually say you guys are in a really good position, because you came with them, you treated with them on a point where you were able to walk out alive, and you've now come back in and found a way that he essentially challenged, or rather accepted a challenge of your strongest fighter, which was in essence challenging him for the rulership of these orcs.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think we're in a good position, and whether submitting or killing or whatever works out, I think this is the best chance we have to not TPK, just as opposed to like just charging in from the front gates.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I'm not saying it's a bad position. I'm just saying that none of our plans ever even remotely work. So I think maybe we should plan less and just go off the
Well,
cuff
I
of our
mean, if you
heads.
aim for nothing, you're going to hit it every time. But at least if you're planning for something, you've got some
We
margin of error.
we did mistake their nature a little bit. We didn't think that through. We just made a split-second decision, I guess. We had a decent plan, and then we just
Mixing
got
the
caught up
shell
in.
into that plan was damn near throwing the plan out of the window. I don't think that was a good approach that kept you on the same level that you originally had yourselves on.
We should have
Yeah,
killed
and
and fell
that's
back and came back. I think that probably
no,
would have
it's
been
that's all
would
my
have been
fault.
longer, but
We should have given two shits about that show.
Yeah, it's all good. It doesn't really matter. It was still fun-ish. So
yeah, it was fun.
Had a blast, yeah. Plus, shoot, fucking shell, man, of a flail snail. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was kind of sad it didn't call out for the second flail snail. It was definitely close to like retreating into its shell, and that would have caused some all-out fucking chaos if it started yelling out to everything within 600 feet.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I was thinking I watched one of those lore videos on this, and it was like the one that like when it's dying, it just starts wailing uncontrollably.
Yeah, if you cut off all of its appendages, it like retreats into its shell and it just starts wailing.
Yeah, that's the perfect time to have some dust of dryness, right?
That'll definitely do it. Got like a packet of dust of dryness on your leg as it like approaches you in the night, and all of a sudden you like wake up to this absolutely pristine shell sitting at your feet.
Like a day.
all right, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one.
See you, buddy.
Peace
Have a
out.
good
Have a
one.
good night.
I could have casted silence as well if it started wailing. I guess it would have got a few
Ooh, you've got
seconds out, but
silence. That's cool.
yeah, I thought I'd better grab something utility just in case.
Yeah, silence is definitely a monster for fucking dealing with mages.
Yeah, it cuts a lot of stuff in
And it's a
half.
ritual as well, so I can ritual cast it.
Oh, well, that's not going to help us.
Yeah,
No, it's
definitely
not
more
very
of a combat
it
shutdown.
yeah, but it might come in handy at some point if we're like trying to do something quietly, potentially. If you got the time, I guess. Kind of a very specific situation, but
There's probably some really random things that it would definitely be useful in, but I would not be able to think of those ahead of time.
I was looking at cantrips earlier for my rogue because I'm gonna take a point in wizard, and I was looking at True Strike, and I know that everyone says it's a
True
shit
Strike is
cantrip.
garbage. Do not take that.
It's
You know
just
what
attack
it
twice.
says?
It
No, I
takes
know
an
that.
action to give advantage. It's absolute shit. It's dog shit. It's
But
literally
but
throws
I'm gonna
off
have 6
action
cantrips.
economy.
But I'm gonna have 6 cantrips I can initiate out of combat with that, and then, like in a stealth manner, initiate with that, and then charge essentially.
Oh,
You know
what
what
are
I
you
mean?
gonna?
Like for a surprise round, I
Oh,
would
with a
have advantage
rogue.
on the
Okay,
first hit.
gotcha.
Yeah, that would be
But
the
like,
only time to use it.
if you're
Well,
stealth,
you
you get
charge as your
advantage
wizard.
anyways.
Do you?
Yeah.
But wouldn't I have to maintain stealth all the way up to them, or I don't know how that works exactly.
I mean, that's the nature of a rogue, though, is you hide until you attack. And that's their entire point, especially if you're an assassin rogue. Everything you're banking on is, can I keep my party from breaking this shit before I can get an attack? And if you can initiate the combat, you get surprise, you have advantage, and then you auto-crit. And that's like their whole fucking game. It's all about like keeping your actual party from doing anything.
Yeah, I'm playing Trickster though. I don't know. I just feel like there's going to be a situation where I can cast it before combat starts and just initiate, even in sight. You know what I mean?
Tricksters.
It might not happen very often, but what am I really going to use that 6th cantrip for?
Oh man,
You
message.
know what I mean?
I mean, I could think of so many other cantrips
I mean, there are so
before
many
True
good
Strike.
cantrips, but
What is it? The Trickster in specific gets access to True Strike?
no, it's just wizard. It's a wizard cantrip.
Oh, okay. The Trickster gains access to wizard cantrips.
Yeah, and I'm taking at 5th level. I'm going to go 1 point to wizard just to get more spells and shit, and more specifically because we don't have a wizard in our party. More
Ooh,
like random shit like detect magic and just useful shit.
Thunderclap.
Find familiar.
Take Thunderclap for
Thunderclap. That's the opposite of what you want. That's just loud as fuck, isn't it?
right, but I mean, if you're ever surrounded, bam, they have to make a Constitution save to get out. Otherwise, they get knocked back 10 feet. But I guess if you're a rogue, you can just
Yeah, but I can
disengage. You never care about that.
I don't know. Like I said, it's really specific, and I know there's a lot of good cantrips, but at a certain point, you're like stepping on other cantrips' toes.
Yeah, I mean, you could try it, but again, like True Strike
I get it's
is a
like
trap.
really gonna be.
I mean, if I had access to 6 cantrips and I felt like I didn't have enough, there's 6 ability checks, and I would grab a cantrip that is a saving throw versus each ability before I grab True Strike.
Yeah, but my intelligence is very high on this character.
Ooh,
So I'm not
2 mage
necessarily
hands.
grabbing. I'm going pretty much melee with, and he's letting me take booming blade.
You've got 2 mage hands like shaking each other's hand.
Yeah, exactly. One left and right.
Yeah, but I'm getting mage hand. I was gonna get like, what is it, control flame or whatever it is. You can like snuff flames out and shit, and like put messages in it. I was gonna get shape water. Minor
Oh
illusion.
yeah, what is it? Control Flames would have been great for that fire there.
Yeah, just snuff it out. But it's
Yeah.
like, and it's no verbal, so you could like just
Or
snuff out shit.
what is it? Create bonfire is a fun one that way.
Yeah, there's a lot of like interesting cantrips, honestly. But a lot of them are like saving throws or like spell attacks and shit. And since my intelligence isn't high, I was going more like all utility type of cantrips.
I get you. Yeah, it'd be cool if True Strike worked on the next person to attack that person, because then it's just at least helping other people. But yeah, the way it's worded, it's.
Yeah,
I mean,
really,
it's not going to help anybody else but you. And
like
at that point,
if I was
like
gonna
maybe
take it, it would be. I'm not gonna use it in combat like ever, obviously. Just attack twice, but or cast a spell or something. But if like we decide we're gonna start combat, I could just initiate essentially.
say the other thing is like taking
magic initiate.